Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New Year.
New Year.
Here.
I would like to call this meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Carrie Linklater, and I am your chairperson this morning. I'm joined on the panel via Zoom, Gail Anderson and Bill Moretsky. The assessment department this morning is Mr. Matthew Harling and Mr. Merrick Froelich. Our administrative personnel is Ms. Nicole Carnegie. To the Zoom participants of this hearing, please note you are placed in the waiting room until your property is called upon. When it is your turn, you will be admitted into the meeting. Kindly follow along on the City of Winnipeg's Board of Revision YouTube channel for the hearing process. Once the host admits you into the hearing, please close or mute your YouTube player. You will then be permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once your hearing has concluded, you can leave the meeting. We will be hearing applications for revision of the business assessment rule in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act and the City of Winnipeg Charter. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by City Council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. And as information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. This morning, we will be hearing items 3 to 4 on our docket. Ms. Carnegie, could you please affirm the assessor and the applicant's testimony?
Perfect. Madam Chair, do you want to affirm Mr. DuPont when Mr. Froelich comes in for item 4?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Mr. DuPont, I'm just going to put you in the waiting room until we hear your Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Harling, please state your full name.
Matthew Harling.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, please state your full name.
Rod Slaughter.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Slaughter and Mr. Harling. And Mr. Harling, I believe you're here for 737 Moray Street.
That's correct.
Business assessment.
Correct.
All right, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The file number is 23-480. The roll year is 2024, based on a reference date April 1st, 2021. The address is 737 Moray Street. The business assessment ID is 57106, and the owners are Winnipeg Limited. The total annual rent value for 2024 is $658,260. If we look under the subject bid on my first page of my brief, again, Again, you'll just see the premise ID and again the address at 737 Moray Street. The total leasable premise area is 89,274 square feet. We're applying a model rent of $5.15 a square foot, which gives us a base annual rental value of $459,761. If you look to the right of that, you'll see our occupancy costs. You'll see we're assessing for heat, electricity, and water for the full area, and then 18,770 square feet just for air conditioning area. So this gives us total occupancy costs of $198,509. If we add that to the base annual rent value, this gives us a total annual rent value again of $658,260. Now, if you go below on the subject lease information, this is an owner-occupied property, so there are no rents in place. And just further below that are my rent comparables. So the comparables here, as you can see here, they range from 53,709 square feet to 108,187 square feet. Lease terms are 4 to 5 years. Lease start dates are range from February 10th to 2017 to March 1st, 2020. And the net rents range from $5.07 a square foot to $7.26 a square foot. And then you'll just see the addresses of the comparables. I won't go to too much detail here, but if we go into page 2 of my brief, you'll just see the subject property map, so where it's located. So the first, at the top here, you'll just see it's located in the Murray Industrial Park. So this is more in the northeast portion of the city. So you'll just see it's sort of located close to Ness Avenue. Portage Avenue will be just south of that. So you can see where it's located. Go to page 3 of my brief. This gives you more of a closer up of where the property is located in the industrial park. So it fronts on Moray Street, and then you can see Salto Crescent is where it surrounds the property. Page 4 of my brief, this is just an overhead view of the subject property. If we continue in page 5, this is again another photo of the subject from an isometric view. If you look at the bottom here, you can see the building here. So there's multiple the buildings are in multiple parts. Obviously, it's been built at different times. So the very front portion here on Moray Street, this is more of like the office area, whereas behind that would be storage space, and then that continues on the side, on the left-hand side or right-hand side there, and then it just continues to the back. So this is this is how the building's situated. This just continues on page 6 and 7, just to show different views of the subject from different angles. One from the side, and then on page 7 of the one at the back. Page 8 is just a floor plan that we had on. I was able to find that we had on file, just to kind of show some of the breakdown of the areas of how we have it, just to give you a breakdown of the full entire area of the building. So, page 9 of my brief. These are just some pictures of my rent comparables. So this is comparable 1 at 23 Notre Dame. Page 2 is 190 Owens Creek for comparable 2. Comparable 3 is on page 11, 1500 Notre Dame. Page 4 is 760 Pandora Avenue. And comparable 5 is on page 13, which is 1155 Street. So if we go to page 14 of my brief, these are just some photos of the subject, because there was a recent inspection done on December 1st of 2023 last year. I wasn't the one who did the inspection. It was with another assessor and another agent at the time that did the inspection, because they're dealing with another appeal on this property for another year. So these are just some photos I just thought I'd put in for the property. So page 14, this is just the front of the building that we saw previously. The bottom of that, just a picture of the foyer area. And this continues on page 15. If we turn to page 16, this is the office space I was speaking to previously. This would be on the northeast side of the building. So this is just some office space, and here's some lunchroom, another office area. So page 18, this is just the warehouse space in the back of the building, which continues on page 19. And also continues on page 20. We turn to page 21. This is an additional office area on the west side of the building. So this is just some photos of that office space. I believe there is some contention of issues with the space itself, but I'll leave that to Mr. Slaughter to speak to. But these are just some pictures of that space on that side of the building. So this continues on page 24. You can just kind of see more of the office space itself. And then lastly, on page 25, you'll just see another photo of the office space. So I believe that kind of goes over the property in its entirety, and that concludes my presentation, and I am open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harling. And Mr. Slaughter, any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few. Thanks, Matthew. I just wanted to establish on page 1 then, you mentioned that the gross building area of the subject property was 89,274 square feet, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah. And that is the entire area that's being contemplated for today's business assessment.
Yeah, that would be correct, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. And of that area, you mentioned that 18,770 square feet was applied the air conditioning rate. So we assume from that and from your pictures on pages 5 and 8, that's the office area.
Yeah, like
18,000.
yeah, from my yeah, exactly. When I was looking at our notes too, from my understanding, it's pretty close to that's what the area would be, correct? Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And you had mentioned that you hadn't had a chance to inspect. Another assessor had, though, on December 1st,
Correct.
and their photographs you went through in your brief. And you mentioned that of the office area, the pictures show that one half of the office was occupied, and then you had pictures on pages 21 to 25 of the unoccupied office on the opposite side. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, yes.
Yeah, and that was corroborated by the assessor who inspected the property, that half of the office was unoccupied.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, from what you inspected, yes.
Okay, thank you. And did he also mention that the reason for the non-occupancy was predominantly due to foundation issues on that corner of the building?
Yeah, it's when he was discussing with me, he did mention when he was with the I don't know if I can't remember if it was the owner when he was walking with him, but he did mention yes, there was issues with some of the foundation issues as you had mentioned, yes. So
okay, thank you. Now the market rent that you applied, that is model driven, is that correct? $5.15 net. Yeah,
correct. That would be his, yeah. And
it's corroborated here by your or in the city's opinion, corroborated by the 4 comparisons that you've shown.
Yeah, that would be correct. Yes, yeah.
Okay. So that wouldn't reflect any physical conditions such as foundation issues, would it?
Like you mean the comparables themselves, or what do you mean? Sorry, I just
the model driven rent that's applied to the subject property, that would assume that there were not any conditions that affected occupancy. Is that correct?
At this time, yeah. From my understanding, yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, at this time, yes, it would be reflecting that currently, yes.
Thank you. Would you agree that the business tax, as opposed to our property tax or realty tax, is based on the occupancy of a premise for business purposes? Would you agree with that?
Yes. Yeah. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah.
So I guess the fundamental question, and we've been discussing this already, but for the board's sake, the fundamental question is, would this area, which is half of the office area, so approximately 10,000 square feet, that is unoccupied, predominantly for reasons of foundation issues, should it be included in an assessment for business tax?
Well, like I said, yeah, unfortunately, I guess I feel like my answer is going to have a question within it. So, you know what, I think I'll leave my questions till later. So, you know what, I'll agree with it at this point. Yeah, I'll just say yes to that. Yeah, so yeah.
Okay. And I'll just state this. If for some reason the city felt that it wasn't, and we have established that the market rent applied is model driven, would it be reasonable to expect an adjustment downwards to the market rent to reflect the condition that we've discussed?
I mean, I guess that would be right. It'd be on a case by case basis, and I don't know. I can't say the specifics of how we would adjust it, but there's a possibility we could make an adjustment for some potential issues. Yeah, so
that's great. Thank you very much, Matthew. That's all my questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, any questions to the assessor?
No, I have no questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. And Mr. Moretsky?
So on the on the office issue, are these foundation problems that they're having with the offices that has been an ongoing thing for several years, or is it just recent? What is the nature of that?
Maybe Mr. Slaughter can speak to it more, but I mean, maybe like I know they had purchased the building back in 2022, so I can't speak to the previous issues. I think there may have been some issues possibly, but again, maybe Mr. Slaughter might have a better answer than me. So
given that those half of it is not occupiable at this time, that would then be reflected in the assessment for April 1st, 2021. That be correct?
Well, this would be the 2024 business assessment as based on reference date of April 1st, 2021. So we wouldn't have, like, since they just had purchased the building fairly recently, that wouldn't have been, we wouldn't have had that information at that time when we did this, when we were doing this assessment. So no, that wasn't reflected this time. So
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. I just want to confirm your brief is entirely driven, correct?
sorry, I apologize.
I just wanted to confirm that your brief is entirely model driven.
Oh, correct. Yeah. Yes. Well, the rent is the model driven. Yeah. And the occupancy costs. Well, they're based on actuals, but yes, it's all model, if you will. Yeah.
All right. Okay. And actually, I do have a second question in regards to your rent comparables.
Correct.
Are all of the Notre Dame? So are all of these also manufacturing and office?
Not all of them. Some of them would have maybe less office space in some cases. I believe most of them have some office space, but the ratio of how much office space to warehouse space, there would be some variation. So.
Okay. Do you know how much for each building? No.
I apologize. I don't have that on hand. So.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, if you'd like to proceed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have a document submitted that I'll just pause and let the board turn to. And if everybody has that document, I'll skip ahead and go straight to first the property description. And Mr. Harling had described the property, had pictures and evidence, did a good job of describing the location and the nature of the property overall. The history is that Winnipeg, our client, owns a large manufacturing facility at 100 Soto, which is directly east of the subject property. And in recent years, they've acquired two adjacent properties, one at 200 Soto, and then one across the street here at 737 Moray. So it's all part of a kind of an assemblage of their growing site. They purchased the property in 2022, as Mr. Harling had mentioned. And I won't go through the areas of the building. We've established that already. So I'll cut right to the chase, which is after they had purchased the property and they were preparing to move in to do some work to move offices into the office area and use the storage area, they found that there were concerns about the north side of the office. So the half, if you're facing the building, the left-hand side of the office, half of the office area, had concerns about there was cracking in the masonry and foundation issues. So they hired an engineer to do a review of that space. And at the bottom of page 4, I'll first read verbatim the email from the client back to me regarding that report. And they state on January 9th, 2024, please see the attached CKP report speaking to heaving and slab movement in the northwest corner of the building impacted by a water line leak in the last year or two. Although we were considering doing an office renovation of this area of the 737 Moray building as recently as last fall, a high estimated price tag for the reno, of which this issue may have played a small part, pushed us in the direction of planning to add more office space within the current building expansion underway at the main location across the street, our 100 Soto Crescent location. So now if I could refer to page 21, sorry, page 19. This is the actual report by Crozier Kilgore, and it's dated August 16th, 2023. And I'll just read the opening section here, but it's all for the board's reference. As requested, the above noted address was attended on June 28th, 2023 to review the floor slab along the north wall of the building. The intent of the review was to investigate the heaving present. The following outlines our observations and recommendations. Based on our understanding of the existing structure, the floor slab in question is approximately 6 inches thick and is supported on compacted granular fill. At some point, the slab has been mud-jacked, presumably due to settlement, as evidenced by numerous grout holes present in the area reviewed. They go on to describe the subgrade in the area And in the fourth paragraph, it was noted by Winnipeg employees that there was recently a water main break along the north side of the building that was repaired. The leak was noted to be roughly halfway along the north wall of the building. It is unknown how long the leak was occurring prior to being repaired. The heaving on the site was noted to be along the north wall from approximately 20 feet from the west end until roughly the location of the water line that was repaired. Damage to interior wall partitions and finishes were present and indicated up to 2 inches of movement in some of the areas. It should be noted that no evidence of the movement in the perimeter grate beam or exterior masonry wall was observed when viewed from the exterior. They go on to say that it is recommended that this has to be remediated before any work occurs. And that leads back to the owner's comment that we can't afford this right now, we're not using the space. The report goes on to show pictures of some of the cracking and heaving. So the point here to make is, number one, for any assessment, as the board is aware, whether it be business or realty, we are to look at the value based on the economic conditions of the reference date, in this case, April 1, 2021, but we have to consider the current physical condition. And that's why this is a very relevant point to the assessment. Number two, it is now shown, and this is, I asked the question of the owner, did you not know about these concerns when you bought the building? They did not. They had no idea because, of course, they couldn't see from the exterior. It was when they started doing their preparations for renovations that they discovered that there's concerns about that corner. It's never been used since they've occupied the building, and they have no intent of doing anything for the foreseeable future. In other words, through the year 2024. It is unused except for one small area where some boxes were, and he even said we could move those to the back instantly. They're just here temporarily. I have pictures as well. I'll just ask the board to turn, please, to page 8. So I had inspected the property previously, actually September 18th, 2023. And then another colleague from Altus and another colleague from the assessment department re-inspected the property on December 1st, 2023. So on page 8, we have a picture of the exterior. We have the rear warehouse completely in use. We have the south side of the office that you can see here, which is in use. And then we have the north side below that, which is not in use, and it's in pretty rough condition. And we go through, the front area is probably the least impacted of that side, but it's still unusable at this point, except for some storage cabinets, which again is just temporary. And you can go through, as we walk through this entire area, which constitutes about 10,000 square feet. You can see it's completely unused. And this is again seen on December 1st in the second inspection. You'll go through the pictures there and see that the area is completely vacated and in a very poor condition. So, that brings us to our predominant concern, Madam Chair, that a business assessment is to reflect areas that are in use for business purposes. On page 6, I'll just pause for a moment. We have some language from the assessment, from the City of Winnipeg Charter, which deals with business assessments in the City of Winnipeg. And it says all businesses to be assessed, Section 316.2, subject to subsection 3 and Section 317, which are specific exemptions. Premises used or occupied by a person for carrying on a business in the city, whether or not the person resides in the city, must be assessed for business assessment. So carrying on a business, and they actually define carry on in the definitions. In relation to a business means to operate the business, to perform any service or function in respect of the business, to keep, hold, deal, or in or use any property in respect of the business, or to occupy any premise in respect of the business. So it's an occupancy tax, and that is why I ask the board to not apply an assessment to the area which is not in use, and it's not because the owner just decides that they don't wish to use this area. It is for a specific reason, because of the condition. Frankly, in the past, this would have been removed from business assessment based on my experience. There was a point when the assessment department started saying, well, it has to be a separate area that, is closed off. Well, this is a separate area. There's doors and, it's a completely separate area, which is not. So I don't see, frankly, why this would be considered part of the business assessment until these repairs were done and the space was capable of occupancy. If, though, Madam Chair, for some reason, the city is adamant that this should not, and the board concurs that this should not be removed and should be part of the assessment, then certainly we have to consider that there are physical concerns with the property that are not currently reflected in the model-driven market rent. So what we have done is what I think is the most appropriate adjustment. And we've taken the area in question, half of the office area, or approximately, 9,385 square feet. We have applied the market rent of $5.15 a square foot. We have applied the occupancy costs for heat, hydro, water, and air conditioning, which total $2.50 a square foot, which brings us to a total ARV per square foot of $7.65, multiplied by the unused area in question, would result in a deduction from the current business assessment of $71,795. And that would then result in a revised ARV, annual rental value, for the assessment of $586,465. And I think that completes our presentation, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. And Mr. Harling, did you have any questions?
Yes, I guess I have a few quick questions. So I guess my first question, Mr. Slaughter, is I appreciate you you definitely laid out everything very well. So I just want to ask, because I know the area, the issue area of contention we're talking here with the due to the modern main break and such. So the total area we've determined was 18,770 square feet. So the 9,385 square feet you've indicated here, was that like a rough estimate of the area that's affected? Like, how did you derive that area that was affected?
Yeah, that's correct. When you come in the property, there's a entrance vestibule, and you can either go right to the south side or left to the north side, and the complete north side is unoccupied. So for simplicity's sake, I took half of the assessed office area.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
I didn't actually measure out each room.
I can understand. So another quick question I just wanted to have was, if you go to just like some of the pictures, like for example, page 9 in your brief here at the bottom, I've noticed in some of the photos here you say not in use, and then like for example on page 11 you say unusable. So I guess my question is this: how much of the space is in a state of unusability opposed to just not being used? Is there like a difference between the two at all?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. I would consider it unusable for office purposes. Obviously you could put some boxes in there and the heaving would not necessarily affect that. But in order to occupy the space for the purpose that it's designed, which is as a office for employee use, it would renovations. And those renovations are not recommended to be done until the foundation issues are remediated. And so until that's done, in my mind, I would call this unusable as office space.
Okay, as office. Okay. And I know you kind of touched on this a bit too. It's just like I noticed in some of the photos in mine as well, there is some items that are being stored in there and such like that. So I guess like my question is this, like the items that are being stored in here, is this just like you said, they might move it around and stuff like that. But like I said, I'm not trying to downplay anything like that at all. But I guess that's where it becomes a little difficult. It's like, if we remove the space all of a sudden they start putting stuff in here back and forth, I guess there's no way to really determine that. Like, would you agree that there is still like storage potential for this space? Like, as we can see in some of these photos, there is items being stored in various locations, I guess.
Yeah, well, again, they just simply said that was very, very temporary in one room. If I was to calculate the area where those boxes are that you can see in the pictures, it would probably be about 300 square feet. So I guess in my mind, it still is what I consider unoccupied for business purposes. If the city was to draw a line and say, look, you've got a box in there, it's occupiable, then I would suggest this is not office space. The market rent is excessive, and we still have to talk about some adjustment. So I think either way, the ARV that we propose is reasonable. I personally think that based on the purpose and the intent of a business tax, this area should not be included. But if so, then I think our market rent is excessive.
Okay. And like you said, obviously, you said they have no intention of fixing the space anytime soon, or like obviously that, I guess that being said, then they have never had it. They haven't tried to like lease the space out, or they have no intention of doing that in the future. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really relevant, but that was never, they have no intention of, like, since it's a separate space, they never had it, they never decided to tenant it out or lease it out or anything like that ever, obviously, or anything like that, or.
I don't think they get a tenant for any other purposes except storage, which even they wouldn't in that case either, because this isn't a warehouse area with proper access. But they certainly wouldn't get an office tenant in this area until the renovations occurred. So no, that they haven't attempted it, but I think there's a good reason why they haven't. They can't.
Okay. And like, I mean, I said, I guess like just my, like, I mean, this is also pretty self-explanatory, but at the end of the day, obviously, like, it's an owner occupied property. So long story short, I mean, and I know you've already kind of given your argument to this, but they do have like active care and control of that entire space, right? So it's like, it's their space. It's not like, you know, so I mean, they can use it for whatever they want. And I understand your concerns with the space and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, like, you know, it is still, I guess, their space. And, you know, if they're moving things back and forth, like, you know, I guess it is what it is, I guess then, right? We're saying, I guess, like, I mean, I understand, like, they're not maybe using it, but, you know, for moving things around here and there, like, I guess it just becomes difficult to monitor. Because I'm just trying to think of like I'm not trying to, you know, pick on this particular property. I'm just thinking of other properties we have, owner occupied properties, where it's like for storage warehouse purposes, or even just like they're storing items in there. We're still assessing for business assessment regardless. So I understand they're not maybe using the space in a sense, but if they're storing items in there, isn't that still, like I said to my previous argument, still some usage, if you will, I guess? So like I was saying before, no, or
I mean, I think we're cutting hairs with that, because when putting boxes in an area doesn't necessarily make it a storage area. It doesn't have proper access or egress for the access of the storage. I mean, they're basically just taking some of these boxes and they put them in there temporarily. So I wouldn't really count this as a storage warehouse. I certainly wouldn't count it as an office for the reasons I mentioned. They're not going to be significantly using the space beyond a few boxes and, as I say, 300 square feet. To the point of power and control, I might suggest that, you know, an owner occupant might have a building, whether under lease or ownership, and they might have fire damage, significant fire damage in, let's say, half the building. And I think we'd both agree and experience that area would not be part of a business assessment, but theoretically they still have power and control over it. So I think that, I mean, if we're talking realty assessment, we might have a different sort of discussion. It would be more about the value, which would still be impacted by this, but it's a different question. Business assessment is supposed to be on occupancy, and I think we need to remember that when we consider space like this.
okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you have any questions?
Just a couple of questions, just to confirm then, Mr. Slaughter, that when the property was purchased in 2022, this wasn't disclosed that there was foundation issues in that area.
No, they started realizing there was something wrong in early 23, and that's when they hired Crozier Kilgore to do this assessment that confirmed, yeah, you have a problem.
Okay, and that specific area that is unusable for office space, there isn't an option of discontinuing services such as electricity and other services to that part of the building, right? It continues.
So
it's not.
Yeah, because it was designed
standalone. That would be possible, right?
That's right. They would have to. I mean, it was designed as a single occupant building, and so the wiring would all be as one.
Integrated. Yeah.
Integrated.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Moretsky, any questions?
So, you're okay, you indicated you were okay with the $5.15 per square foot that the city had used as a rent for the entire building, correct?
I'm okay with that as long as the area that's impacted is not part of the assessment. I mean, if for some reason that area was included, then obviously I think that $5.15 might be excessive, because it's a model-driven rent which does not contemplate a good percentage of the space being in the condition that it is.
So I think you also kind of implied that the office area would command a higher rent than the warehouse area. Would that also be a correct assumption?
Yeah, if I was to really break down that rent in an analysis, what we often do is we will say, what would an industrial located office command and what would an industrial located storage warehouse command? And we come to a blended rent. And so if this was all a storage warehouse, I would think that 515 for this size, location, characteristics, land to building ratio, all those factors, it would be excessive. But of course, it has a significant office area. And so blended, if the impacted area were not included in the assessment, the blended rent appears fair.
Okay, yeah, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter, I just have one question. You stated that you inspected this property yourself in September of 23.
That's correct. Yes.
Did you happen to notice, and I couldn't quite tell in the pictures, was there carpeting on the floor in this office area that's under dispute?
Oh, that's a good question. I think there was when you first come in, the room immediately to your left is the area where you see some of the boxes. They brought them in, they just kind of turned and put them there. And that area, I believe, had carpeting, and I don't believe the rest did. And the condition kind of got progressively worse as you approached the exterior north wall.
Right.
And that's where you start to really see. You can see the evidence of the heaving and the cracks, etc.
Okay, so page 19 of your presentation on the letter from Crozier Kilgore, they talk about the water main break that had been repaired and the leak had been, it's unknown how long the leak was going on for, and that's why I was inquiring about the carpet. I'm just wondering if there was any signs of mold, which I'm assuming that there would be.
Yeah, that's a great question. Personally, I didn't notice that. I probably wasn't looking carefully enough. But from what my understanding is, the water main break would have been off-site, and the leakage, they think, is the reason for the heaving, which has then caused the foundation issues. But they state that's their hypothesis. I mean, it's a pretty good hypothesis because everything lines up from the description of where the water line break occurred and where the damage is on the property.
All right, I thank you. That's all my questions. Gentlemen, do either of you wish for a summation on this property or?
I'm good, thank you.
Just simply, Madam Chair, that these kind of physical conditions are exactly what we have to consider in any assessment, whether it be realty or business, but particularly with business assessment, attacks on occupancy have to take this into consideration.
All right. I thank you both. And I think we're going to move on to our next. Yep.
I will go let Mr. Froelich know. So thank you very much, everybody. So
Great. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
I'm just admitting Mr. Dupont. And Mr. Dupont. You can hear me okay? Hi, Mr. Dupont, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. We're just waiting for Mr. Froelich to join us.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Dupont. How are you? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, yeah.
Hi there, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna actually have to log off and log on because this way Matt can't do any work. Okay?
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Okay, just to let you guys know. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, do you want to take a recess while we get the AV set up for Mr. Froelich?
Sure, thank you. Good morning, Mr. DuPont and Mr. Froelich. I'm just gonna have the secretary affirm you both.
Hey, Mr. Froelich, please state your full name.
Merrick Frolic.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. DuPont, please state your full name.
Henry DuPont.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to item number 4, which is 110 Newmarket Boulevard. And Mr. Froelich, if you could start us off on this property, please.
Yes, I can. File number is 23461. Roll number is 030916616600 for 110 Newmarket. The 2024 assessment is $33,319,000. And that was a reflection of the board decision that had taken place for 2023. The value's been remained the same despite this being a supplemental assessment. The supplemental assessment is because of the fact that that parcel of the land was sold at the most southern portion of the lot, and you will be able to see this in our presentation today. But because it's at the municipal board and because the overall value had changed, it was not significant. So, which is why we're consistent with the valuation of this property at $33,719,000. So as we go through the property description, generally speaking, this is properties, we have a parcel uses industrial light manufacturing. But it could also, but realistically, it's essentially warehousing. There's no light manufacturing that has gone here. In the past, we had a portion of it that had manufacturing onto this property. But as you can imagine, there'll be a lot of work that's being done to this property. Generally speaking, there's 17 different buildings for this property of various sizes. We have 11 premises. We have some first and second story space. The original building that we have here was built in 1959, which is essentially a cold storage area. And we have a new inventory or new warehousing space that was built in 2014. The wall height ranges from 8 feet to 80 feet. It's zoned M2 manufacturing. And the land area that we have here, and just making sure that I'm consistent, is 3,632,583. We have a leasable area of 251,172, and we have a land to building ratio of 14.9. I've provided a recommendation to the property to all members, including Mr. DuPont and the panel members. So the recommendation that we're making here today is for $25,182,000. And this is based on the extensive amount of work that Mr. DuPont and I had done on this property. We spent over 2 hours inspecting this property, looking at it, and there's been so many discrepancies. If you look at the recommendation that I've made, but before I start off any further, I want to talk about the original assessment that was made. The original assessment for 2023 was $35,961,000. It had 4 different income streams, and if you look at it, the income streams that we had was a VSG storage warehouse, and my colleague had switched it over from an OFB to an OFS, and we had manufacturing light. And so there had not been a complete total inspection or valuation, property valuation for this property, which is why my recommendation is so much lower, because I've spent a lot of time and energy cleaning this up. So based on the information that the assessor had in 2023, he made a recommendation. He reduced some of the rents, and he made a recommendation to cut the property value to $33,719,000. And that decision was made by the Board of Revision, and subsequently all the applicant has taken that property to the municipal board in 2023. Moving forward, so how does the assessment department go from a valuation of $33,719,000 to a value of a recommendation of $25,182,000? So during my work and research, I felt it was important to reduce the income streams from 4 to 3. Or essentially it's going to be from 4 to 3, but the caveat being that the storage warehouse space, there's heated and unheated. And if you look at my, does everyone have access to this document right here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Moretsky?
Mr. Moretsky?
I can't really see it that well.
Okay, you can't see, okay, it's a part of the package that I would have sent to Nicole. It would have been different than my brief because in the front page, I said a recommendation will be made at the hearing, but I actually changed it. I sent the new property value about 10 days ago.
So is it labeled recommendation? Is that what it is?
It is, yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I have that, yeah.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here because like I said, it's very complicated. There's going to be lots of back and forth here.
Yes, excuse me, I just want to make sure, Mr. Dupont, you also have this?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dupont and I have spent many of hours over the past month looking at this property. So Mr. Dupont's my BFF now. Anyway, so with that being said, I felt it was important to change from the 4 income streams that we had to sort of downsize it. And for purposes of that we're dealing with today, this is only for the hearing. Moving forward for 2025, there's a lot of work that the assessment department has to do in terms of managing all the different buildings and all the different areas to come up with a value that we're more comfortable with in terms of presentation that I could show to the Board of Revision. So in a nutshell, what I've done here, if you compare the two areas, after my inspection, the effective age for this building was 1969. And so what I felt is that this property being a Manitoba Hydro property, where they need to be a leader in the industry in terms of efficiency, in terms of quality of heating systems, operation systems, and the general feel of the property during my inspection, I felt an effective age of 1975 was more reflective of this. Because if it's a 1967 building year or 1969, we're looking at 55 years old, which would state that the building only has 5 years of effective life left. So I felt being mindful of the valuation process, being mindful of the inspection that I had done, I wanted to change the two main areas from 1969 to 1975. This had impacts on the cap rate. So I wanted to make sure because because this was important. Also important during the storage warehouse space, which is unheated. And you can probably see the differences there in the rent. There's a $5.52 rent and a $3.50 rent. Over 21,000 square feet of the 36,500 square feet that I looked at was built in 2000. And so what needs to be considered, because I don't have no comparables of 2000 of unheated storage space there, because there's not a lot of information out there. But knowing that it's a brand new building that was built in this century, it would have a higher rent than proposed by the applicant. So I was comfortable with the rent of using $3.50 for an outdoor storage space and using a blended rent of $5.52 for that property. With that being said, moving throughout the properties here, so we used our standard vacancy rate of 3.5% for this region, which is reflective of vacancy rates of the area. The shortfall is 385, our other is 3%. And we came up with 7.445% as a cap rate for these two properties. Initially, it's been stated in the applicant's brief that we use the 7.9% cap rate for these properties. And if you could look at the value that was taking place on the opposite side with the original value of 33,719,000, our blended cap rate for the four different income streams is 7.71% using effective age of 1969. So what I had done is after the inspection, I changed the effective age to 1975 for the storage warehouse aspects of the building. And it came up with a cap rate of 7.45% for those aspects of it. And you can see the subsequent values of just over 12 million and just over 1.5 billion for those two aspects. For the third income stream, which is important to clarify here, this was a building that was completed in 2012. And you'll end up seeing pictures of this. And with that being said, what we had done here is it's a very unique building here because I felt it would be unfair to lump this building with a building that was built in the 1970s. So I had a separate income stream for this property. And what makes this property unique is that it's it was completed in 2012. It's 36,000 square feet. And what's a fair rent for a flex warehouse? The reason why I considered it a flex warehouse is because there's a lot of flex warehouse space within the city of Winnipeg that has high ceiling heights. And so with that being said, some of them are office, some of them are warehousing space, but it's flex. So it's a combination. So what I've done is I've provided some comparables of some flex warehouse space in my brief, and I used a $10 rent. Part of my reasoning for $10 rents is because overall it's a bit lower rent than some average rents that are out there for flex warehouse space. And the important thing to consider is there's a wide variety of flex warehouse space out there. A lot of product was built in the 1990s in the Southwest Quadrant. A great example of all the properties in the Southwest Quadrant is on Skirfield. A lot of those areas, though, that new product was built in the 1990s. And so what I believe is that, and that's carrying a rent that's higher than the $10. And so what I looked at is there's a combination of office space and a combination of warehouse space. And that warehouse space, and the breakdown's roughly, 10,500 for office and 25,500 for the flex warehouse. So I felt a fair rent for the entire building would be $10. So moving forward with that, as you go through the cap rate study, for most of those type of products that are in the Southwest Quadrant, those cap rates are 6%. And the reason why I'm using a 6.5% cap rate there is because I want to be reflective of the fact that the ceiling height is 80 feet. So the cost to occupy or to rent that building to heat up all that space would be higher than a standard flex warehouse of say 24 feet. And so, which is why I have a lower rent and a lower cap rate. And what's really evident for me based on my information is for this type of space, there are no $6 rents out there for this type of property. So I felt a $10 rent and a higher cap rate would be more reflective of the overall value for this property, which is why a $5,121,000. While there are no issues with regards to adjustments for the excess land, if you look that there's a land value of $6,460,000, and so that works out to $5.11 a square foot for the area. And I have details with regards to what area is now excess land for this property. And that's how I come up with my rounded value of $25,192,000. If everyone wants to look at this document here, can everyone see that?
Is that in your brief, Mr.?
That is in my brief. That's in my recommendation, because what had happened is that it's actually in my brief, but it is in my brief, and it was also in the recommendation package just to show everyone. On my brief, I have a copy of it on Appendix 3, which is towards the end of all my pictures.
What page?
It's on Appendix 3. I don't have it actually paged, Henry. So it would actually be, it would actually be,
Yeah, I have it as page 15, using the PDF page number.
yeah. I prefer paper copies, so I'm reading off that. So does everyone have access to,
So there's nine annotations on there, 1 to 9?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
Can I move forward?
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. So as we look at this property and just trying to get my head around this to come up with a value that I felt comfortable with, they had, and building number 1's the main building here. That area combines the majority of the storage space. So they had combined an OFB, OFS combination into that. There was a restaurant in there, and it was split up between VSG, a warehouse, and manufacturing. Because if you look at the original valuation of the $33,319,000, we had $93,182, $182, and $58,000. Meanwhile, I've changed all that to 178,000 square feet. So that all of that space is like 108. Part of that, a significant portion of building 1 is a part of the 178,536. Okay, so that was the first part. So Henry and I went to that building here, and then what happens is in building 2 and is a part of the building that's going to be that's currently being renovated for office space, and there's recent permits taken out there. And some of the other buildings here, and I'll go through this more thoroughly, but I want to provide the panel members and the applicant an overall view of the building. Building 6 is the oldest building, which is about 13,000 square feet. That building was built in 1959. The newest building is building 7 that was completed in 2014. And the flex warehouse portion of the building is building 8. And that's a building with a $10 rent that we're using for that property. So with that being said, that's a general overview of the property. And I will continue moving forward here. So property owner has been compliant with regard. I'm looking at page 2 of my main brief right now. Property owner has been compliant with regards to completing the income and expense mailers for this property. There's been no recent sales of this property because this property is owner occupied by Manitoba Hydro. And not since the last roll cycle, there's been additional $1.2 million worth of improvements taking place. And you'll see this later in my brief. While there's no debate with regards to the land value that we've used for this property, generally speaking, this property, we believe the excess land value is under assessed. The property is in the southwest quadrant of this area here, and on page 3 of my brief, you can see that the variety of rents that are within the city of Winnipeg, and these are and some of these sales are much older or are older, but we're dealing with sales on average of $7.31 a square foot, and we're doing $5.11 a square foot there. And the reason for this appeal is that the previous land area was $3,701,000 or $3,702,000 rounded up, and our current land area is $3,632,583. The land that had sold, which is why we had this appeal, was in lot area of 69,273, and it sold for $18.06 square foot, which states to us that's significantly higher than what we have for assessed value of this property. We have a a wide range of rents here, and that's why we feel we're being more than generous with excess land value of $6,438,000. There are other examples of land comparables that I've had in other briefs, and what's been interesting is Northeast Inkster, where we see these type of property, this type of land sell for, $9 a square foot. So what I have here now on page 4 of my brief, if you look at the very bottom of it, it's showing what was the land that had sold excess. So it was south of Scurfield, and that portion sold for $18.06 a square foot. And page 5 of my brief is, we've referenced this before, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone was able to follow what I had stated here with regards to my thought process with the valuation and how I've broken up the income streams. I've also, so on page 5 of my brief, or page 6, pardon me, I've showed the original value that the 2023 Board of Revision appealed at. It showed a value of $33,719,000, and it showed a cap rate of 7.71%. And as an overview of how it came out with that 7.71% with an effective age of 1969, it was a combination of the 8% income stream, 7.9% income stream, 6.25% income stream, and the 7.7% income stream. What was interesting about all of this is the OFS portion was combined, was separate for the office, and they included the warehousing space there. So I felt we needed to be reflective, because I can't, like, in good conscience, I can't have a building built in 2012 with a 7.71% cap rate. So this is why I broke it down. This will be a part of Mr. DuPont's rebuttal evidence, but here's an overview of some of the new construction that had taken place here. So we had outdoor court. We have alterations of $119,000, new construction of $30,000, more interior alterations for $99,000. A new construction built in 2002 of 75,000 square feet, which is more storage space. 89,000 for storage space, and then moving forward here, if you look at that 4.8 million and the $7.2 million worth of product of permit value, that's for the new flex warehouse space that was built. That includes the foundation and the construction of that building here.
Or what page are you referring to now?
Page 6 of my brief. Page 6 on my brief. Yeah, not the PDF on the copy of my brief. Thank you for asking. And if I go too fast at any time, please let me know, panel members and Mr. Applicant. Did you see the 4.8 and the $7.2 million there, Mr. Moritsky?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So then, if we look just under the $7.2 million, we have another new outdoor storage area at $43,000. We have more renovations of $54,000 than what we end up having here. So I talked about earlier on building 7, which is the newest building. So building 7 had a permit value of $480,000 with regards to that. And then if you look at with regards to there was another, so that was in 2012, 2013. Yep, that was for building 7 here. And then with regards to the last value of $1.2 million, that was renovations that had taken place in the main building here, which is part of the reason why I felt the change in effective age. They built some partitions there and some new space there. But I felt, generally speaking, with regards to my inspection, this is not a 1969 building. This will be seen in like I've stated here before, the permits are listed here that are in Mr. DuPont's brief. Just showing an overall value of this later on. So now at this juncture, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a series of rent comparables that I provided for this property without knowing truly what was the breakdown of all the different types of buildings and everything like that. So we got so the first portion I'm looking at is on my page 7, right? And these are storage warehouse spaces here, right? So we got storage spaces that are wide variety. And so what I've done here is you have some higher rents that are $9, $11 rents. But what I tried to do is that moving forward here, I looked at some of the lower rent spaces here that we had here. What's interesting to note is if you look at the 130 loss in rent on page 7 of my brief, this portion is listed as storage warehouse of $11. And then subsequently, there's another 25,000 square feet that are listed there. That's a part of the Fort Garry breweries, and it's going to be seen in the manufacturing light portion of this. I have the mailer here right now, and what I've noticed here is when we look at the actual lease in place, there are full recoveries taking place, and we have $11 rent for the main warehousing space, which will be consistent on a couple pages further down, but it clearly shows that they're getting property taxes, general recoveries, and annual maintenance fees. So that $11 rent is clean. That's listed on Kenniston Avenue, and it's a building that was built not in 1969. So with that being said, I'm comfortable with the rents that we're using here. Moving forward here, we got a variety of rents, just of different spaces here. We have some in the Southwest, and then we have different other ones here. What's important to realize here, for 1530 Gamble, and I have this listed right over here. We have some rents here showing 1530 Gamble of $6, right? Of 51,000 square feet and 82,000 square feet. So combined, we're looking at 133,000 square feet for this type of space here at $6. We're using $552. This is information from mailers in 2019, 2020. There's also an office component in the same complex for the office, which is showing a rent of $12. I have this information here right in front of me, but just to show that every building has different aspects of it. And this is the mailer that was provided to us for this property in 2019. And so subsequently, I feel comfortable with the rent that we're using here. There's also an issue with regards to a building that was on 1500 Notre Dame, 61,000 square feet, built in 1952. I've never inspected that property, but I could also confirm that that is a net lease where the base rent's $5.50. The utilities, the common area expenses are $235, and the taxes are $131. So those are my rent comparables for the storage warehouse portion of this building here. Just as an overview on page 8, all of our comparables are storage warehouses for this portion. Effective ranges range from 1952 to 1999. We've tried to use a variety of rents here for larger properties and differentiate between the two. The weighted average net rental for all the comparables was $7.26. Now what we're looking at here is we're looking at the flex warehouse portion of this. So I have some properties that are on Scurfield, on Lawson. Most of these flex warehouse properties are 2006. Just for everyone's record, I'm on page 9 of my brief. Does everyone see that?
No.
The lady chairperson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So what I've done here is some of these sizes are variety. Some of them are smaller because the flex warehouse spaces are smaller, and so the ranges rent here from say as low as $10.95 to as high as $12.62. There are a variety of rents in the neighborhood. They're showing different spaces here. There's different heights here. Some of the warehousing space is only 12 feet high as a flex warehouse, and some of them are higher. So when I talked about so on comparable number, my first comparable here on 130 Lawson, as a flex warehouse, we have it at $11, which is only the 2,400 square feet. Then we're looking at the Gamble properties, $12. I have examples of $6 rents on the mailers that I have in front of me here today. So I felt comfortable by using a $10 rent here because as you look at these properties here, 125 Fennel, and this is really important here. So what we have here is we have a lease at 10 years, 19,600 square feet. We have a ceiling height of 27 feet, built in 2014. The flex warehouse that we have here is built in 2012. We have a rental rate there of $13.50. So it's implied that this is a gross lease. And so if this was a gross lease, I have the mailer here, and I'm speaking of this mailer here right now as I speak about this lease here. So what ends up happening is we have 65 cents for operational, all of a sudden to make it easier for you guys, I made it harder on me because the light here. But what ends up happening here is we have $1.40 we have 68 cents for management. We have $1.4 for operation costs here. And we got property taxes at $3.02. So it clearly states here that this is a net lease here, which is why it's a part of our comparables. And there's another one here at 125 Fennel of 9,800 square feet for $10.95. So when I look at the $10 rent that we've used for this flex warehouse space for this type of building and this type of property, I think the $10 rental rate that we use is very fair. The last portion, so now I'm looking at page 10 of my brief. We have this portion of the manufacturing light warehousing space here, because when we look at different property types and market rents used, we're looking at basic storage facilities or warehousing space or manufacturing space with walls and windows here. So we're talking about the first one here on page 10, and the second one here, we have two different types of property types here. One of the rents are $14.95. It's on Keniston, built in 1989, and we have another space here of 15,104, and the 15,104 is a manufacturing that you make beer in this facility here. So, and once again, this is also a net lease. So on page 11 of my brief, we're looking at what we had done for cap rates here. So looking at this type of property here, we have the range of cap rates that we have here. I believe the new cap rate of 7.19 is fair based on our parameters that you see here on our general model on page 11. So now as we're flipping pages here, now I'm on appendix 2. Is everyone on appendix 2?
What page would that be?
It's after page 12.
Page 14.
Page 14. Thank you, Henry. So it's similar to the other picture I've shown before with regards to the excess land. It just shows the portion which was sold out and for the reason of the supplemental. And then on appendix 3, it shows the overall view of all the properties that we have here. So on appendix 4, you have the general layout of the property. On the bottom of page 4, you see the new building that was completed in 2012, and just to the top, on the top left of the bottom of page 4, that was the building that was built in 2014, and that's heated warehousing space. Page 5 shows the general the curb picture of the building initially. of the initial building of the main building on page 5. Page 6 shows some additional pictures of the side, all the overhead garage doors. And I think probably at the thought process at the time, which is why we had 92,000 square feet as a vehicle service garage, because of all the overhead doors there. So that was part of the process, you know, in previous assessments. If you look at page 7, on the bottom of page 7, that building is the original building built in 1959. It's very basic on the inside. It's just an open warehouse. But looking at the roof of this building here, you know, it's very basic, but there's no heat in that building. But the exterior seems to be in good shape. So on page 8, and this is why I was referring to my brief here, I have is as building number 2 has heat. Building number 2 is there's a new permit taken out place for $450,000 to create office space within that building here. And then that is on building number 2, and then number 3 right beside it has no heat. On appendix 9, building 4 and 5 do not have heat in that building here, but as you can tell by the exteriors, this is part of the inventory that was built in the 21st century, which is why a $3.50 rent is applicable for these type of properties here. Appendix 10 shows the new building that was built in 2012. The front on the top of on the front portion where you see the offices on the second floor, that is the area that consists of 10,500 square feet. And then subsequently, the rest of the warehousing space is the 25,500 square feet, which is with the high ceiling height. On page 11 has some exterior pictures of the subject property. And then on page 12 shows some of the new building, the warehousing space on page 12. Page 13 shows some of the meeting space and some general office areas for this area. And once again here, the breakdown is for the office portions 10,840, and for the warehouse portions 25,242. Page 14 and 15 show some additional pictures of the general of parts of the warehousing facility with the $10 rent. And page 16 shows some of the garage doors where they bring in inventory. Is everyone on page 17 right now?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. On page 17, this was the new building that was built in 2014, and this just shows you this is a heated area, and it shows you the internal. The lighting wasn't very good on this. Henry has better pictures of this building here in his brief. Building number 6, picture on page 18. This is the oldest building that was built in 1959. This is unheated, but it does have electrical, and just shows how it's general warehousing space there. Page 19 shows the building here, which is going through $450,000 of creating new office space here. They were working on it, as you can see by my pictures. It's going to be the new insulating gas service office area for Manitoba Hydro. And then you can see on top of page 19, you can see the exterior picture of it. And on page 19 and 20, you can see that the work that's currently being done on this property here right now. Page 21 shows the same information here. Page 22. This is a part of the main building here. This is a part of building number 1 here. Looking at this building here, which is why I changed the effective age. Good lighting, clean, well organized. You know, the windows that we had for this building here was not built in 1969, which is why changing the effective age for this property was done so. Page 23 shows some additional pictures here. 24, 25. So 25 shows the original VSG area. And this is like they pull in the trucks here. Some of the building here is that they'll have part of this. So on top of page 25, you see this Manitoba trailer there. A part of that is a part of a trailer that they bring in and out to service to service hydro lines on site. So that I thought that was interesting. And at the bottom of 25, you can sort of see the door there of the trailer, which is a part of that. On 26, this is additional warehousing space here that had taken place here with regards to the page 26 is office space, pardon me. This shows the classroom here. On the bottom of 27, you see some of the hallway space here. And on 28, you have some additional space. So what we have here moving forward is industrial reports with regards to vacancy. Can everyone move to page 33? Or appendix 33, I apologize. On my brief. What's the difference there in page again, Henry?
Page 45 on the Adobe.
Okay, thank you. So what we have here for the Winnipeg Industrial Report from the fourth quarter of 2020, it has a 3.9% vacancy for this quarter for the entire city of Winnipeg. If we look on page 34 of the appendix, it's showing the southwest vacancy of 3.2% for this property here. On page 35, in the middle section, you got northwest. On the top portion, you have northwest, southwest, and east. We're showing a vacancy rent of 3.3% for the area. For the first quarter of 2021, on appendix 37, we're showing 3.7% vacancy for the entire city of Winnipeg. And the southwest quadrant is the most desirable part of the industrial inventory space in the city of Winnipeg. It has higher rents and it has lower vacancy. And what has taken place is there has been new inventory that's come a part of it, but historically the vacancy rents are 3.5% is a good reflection of what is fair. We have some additional information on cap rates. And thank you for your patience. And that concludes my formal presentation, and I am open to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Merrick. Before we continue, Mr. DuPont, Mr. Merrick has presented a revised assessment of $25,182,000, and do you accept that?
No, I don't.
Thank you. So Mr. Merrick is open for questions. Mr. DuPont, if you would like to lead us.
Page 3 of your report on the land sales.
Yep.
On far left, it shows the land area for the subject 1,265,000 square feet. Is that correct?
That is,
yeah.
That is for the excess land.
Now, your first comparable on Black Diamond has 1,006,000 square feet.
Yep.
And the sale price is $425 per square foot.
Yep.
And the other four
no sewer or water or rail line services, or no sewer or water for that property. With that
the other four comparables are 200 to 300,000 square feet. Would you say they're much smaller than the subject?
They are smaller than the subject property, but as we can see, with a parcel like this being subdivided, the land value that we're using, you know, the new sale price of 69,000 square feet sold for $18. So if the property owner wanted to, what would be the value of that land be? So I feel comfortable with the land rate that we used.
Oh yeah, okay. I don't dispute the land value. You just stated the board was under assessed.
What also happens here, Mr. DuPont, is because showing due diligence here, while it's not presented in my brief, I'm pretty sure you are aware of, and the panel members may have been exposed to, there's been some new industrial warehouses being built on Haggard Avenue in the northwest quadrant of the city of Winnipeg. Those parcels of land are 653,000 square feet and 285,000 square feet, and those parcels have sold for $9.07 and $9.76 a square foot. So we're using 511. The average that we have here is 731. You know, I believe that we're being underassessed here based on market evidence.
Now, your page 6, that's the original assessment. We had vehicle service garage, office was totally separate, and had MWL, it's manufacturing, and that was $9.90 per square foot. Would you agree that manufacturing, it was subcategorized also as retail warehouse? The original assessment?
With regards to what has happened in the past, I'm presenting.
Thank you. And I would like to call this meeting back to order, and we are in the middle of questioning, and I believe Mr. Dupont, you were asking questions of Mr. Froelich?
On page 6 about the building permit for $1,200,000. And Mirek was going to answer what that permit is for.
And I already did.
Oh, what did you say?
No, I just said it was for the main building here. And if I read off of the building here, it didn't specify a specific area, but it said Manitoba Hydro to alter interior existing of 14,000 square meter shop warehouse building interior upgrades to bring the facility up to current code in relation to assemblies, exit travel distance, fire separations, and paint improvements. Mechanical and electrical work was also included in this. So the way I read this is that they've made some general improvements to the building here, which is reflective of why I changed the effective age for this building. I'm mindful of the separations and the paint improvements, but if they were talking about a smaller area, they would have mentioned a smaller area. They wouldn't have mentioned the entire main building here, 14,000 square meters of shop and warehousing space. Hopefully that answers the question.
Your building number 1 is 150,000 square feet. So why would you assume that 14,000 square feet pertains to building number 1?
Well, 14,000 square meters times 10.76 equals 150,640 square meters. So that would be the main building here. The permit is square meters, Mr. Dupont, not square feet.
Okay, and the last line of the description says interior alterations only in relation to another building permit. So would you agree that the interior alterations, they didn't do any office work in that building and that building permit whatsoever?
Well, when I'm reading the permit here of 185989 is what you're referencing here. Manitoba Hydro to alter existing 14,000 square meters of shop, warehouse, building, interior upgrades to bring the facility up to current code in relation to assemblies, exit travel distance, fire separations, and paint booth areas. It doesn't say a separate area, Mr. Dupont. This permit that you're quoting here quotes the entire 150,640 square feet approximately.
Yeah, would you agree that it doesn't mention any offices at all? So they did not build any new offices in there or change the offices?
Did I state that they built new offices, or did I read off the permit, Mr. Dupont?
No, I just want you to confirm that it's not.
Well, I did not say new offices. I read off the permit, Mr. Dupont.
Okay, and it says relation to assemblies and paint booth improvements. Would you agree that's not real estate?
If it's a part of a building, how could it not be real estate?
Equipment are not part of real estate?
Mr. Dupont, Do they say specifically equipment?
It says assemblies and
Okay, so I've answered the question here, Mr. Dupont. This will be a part of your rebuttal information here. I've quoted maybe the permits you have is different than what I'm reading here, but you've asked the question here 3 times.
Mr. Dupont, could you move on, please? Thank you.
do you have any other way to determine which building this building permit applies to?
Common sense would indicate that 14,000 square meters of shop space is equivalent to 150,000. I don't know what aspect of the building it's a part of, but $1.2 million is a significant amount of money. It talks about general upgrades, and I think I'm just answering your question again for the 4th time.
No, I'm just asking if you did any other way to determine to which building this applies, and you did not. You're just saying.
Well, Mr. Dupont, there's 2 permits here. I don't have access to, I didn't follow up with the property owner with regard to any specifics here, but this is all information that you and I discussed beforehand.
So then the permit, your page 6, 450,000. Where does that show?
No, what ends up happening with the $450,000, it's not included on page 6, but during my research here, because what we're looking at here with my $450,000 is that we're looking at the actual building as of January 1st, the physical condition of the building as of January 1st, 2024. There was a permit taken place in November 3rd of 2023 for $450,000, which is not in my brief. And then subsequently, because we're looking at the physical condition of the building here, it states $450,000 worth of work being done for demolition and a construction. So if I'm going to read the permit, interior alteration in single-story, single-tenant building. Work includes demolition and construction of partition walls to accommodate insulating gas services workshop at the south end of the building. Structural, electrical, and mechanical work is also being done. So when we look at that building here per se, and let me just double check here because I need to double check my documentation to make sure that I have this listed as building 2 in my brief. And building 2 on your brief is it's 14,400 square feet. So looking at the exterior of that building here, it does not look like a building that was built in 1968 based on the pictures that I've shown beforehand that I referenced in my presentation here. So that's 14,400. And so it doesn't look like a 1968 building from the outskirts looking in. And then subsequently, they're adding value to the building here because they're making improvements to it.
The exterior photo, did they change any of the exterior whatsoever for that building number 2 or building number 8 in my brief?
Well, if we reference my brief here, so if we look at just bear with me here for a sec. So it would be Appendix 19 on my brief, which would be a bit higher to the PDFs that you guys are looking at. My question, to answer your question, Mr. Dupont, is does that look like a 1968 or 69 exterior finish to that building? And my answer would be no.
Do you have any proof that exterior was changed or that it's the original? You say it just looks. Do you know for a fact whether that exterior was changed?
Well,
is it likely that they would have changed the exterior steel building?
Mr. Dupont, does the door look like a 1968 building here? I'm pretty sure that door is insulated. I'm pretty sure it's new and modern, and it's not a 1968 building here. So appraisal theory would be during our inspection process that that doesn't look like a 1968 building to me.
So does the walls and the ceiling, are they new? Or is that original?
The walls in the ceiling look new inside there. Don't look new, pardon me. Look like the original, but then also on page 20 of my brief, you're also looking at the new building that's being built there, right? It's not like I'm asking for a huge rent on this building here, Mr. DuPont. I'm not asking
you make statements. It does not look
my
like
rent for this property is $5.52. I'm
No.
being reasonable in my approach of using
No,
$5.52 a square foot for this type of building.
You made a statement that it does not look like 1968, but you have no proof whatsoever that it is not 1968.
Well, I guess that it's up to the panel members to decide.
No, I'm just asking if you have proof other than the feeling.
I'm answering it.
Okay.
I was
decided
asking a
this is a
question,
building
Rick.
1968 building.
It'd be okay if I finish my
And I
question?
provided an answer, Mr. DuPont.
No, okay.
Mr. DuPont and Mr. Froelich, could we just please move on? And Mr. DuPont, I think your questions are all leading to your rebuttal. So Mr. Froelich is answering as best he can, and I think you're presenting, information in your rebuttal, correct?
No, we're trying to establish facts. He makes statements which I disagree with, and I would like to have further explanation for him to make statements saying this building's been improved, this building's been improved, and it doesn't look like it's original. I'm just saying these are not clear. Anyways, page 32 of which is your appendix 20. This is still your building number 2, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the partitions that they're mentioning in that 2023 building permit for $450,000.
That is correct.
So would you agree that the offices that they are doing do not exist yet?
Well, we're looking at the physical condition. We don't know if the work's been done on this property. This inspection took place in early December. The physical condition of this property may have been completed already, Mr. DuPont. So it's, I'm not looking to change the rent for this property. All I'm stating here is we used $5.52 for the space, and and this area will have office space, and it will be improved as of the building condition as of January 1st, 2024.
All right, so back to page 6 with your building permits.
Yep.
Middle of the page, $4,008,000 permit for foundation.
Yep.
And that was for 2009. So that's the voltage building. Is that correct?
That's correct. Also with the $7.2 million.
Right. So you know why the foundation is so high, $4,008,000?
Because of the ceiling height.
The foundation, you have to build $4.8 million foundation because you have a high ceiling height solely?
I'm making the assumption that with regards to, because this is an existing property, that's probably why the partial permit foundation is a bit higher than usual.
All right. Have you done any further investigation, the plans, etc., to determine why the foundation is so high?
No, I'm using it based on what I feel is a fair market rent for this building here. I'm not using the cost approach to valuation for this property. I'm using the income approach to valuation of this property, and I've used the $10 rent for this space.
And the same thing with $7,200,000. You did not investigate that any further to see why the cost is at that amount, or what that includes.
What I can do is I can look at. I can quote verbatim the permits that have taken place for this building here.
That's unnecessary.
The first permit is $4.8 million. It just says partial permit foundation testing laboratory. And the 12. So what they have here is they have the total. So on the second permit, it has the declared construction value of $7.2 million. They say the total project value is $12 million. And it says to construct a 2-story, 35,615 square foot building, not including the second floor space, for mechanical penthouse industrial building as Manitoba's high voltage center.
Now, for your valuation, you value the voltage building, which is the tower and the office and the rest of the warehouse as flex warehouse.
Yeah, I thought that was fair because it's a 2000, it was a building that was completed in 2012. And I felt that it wouldn't be fair to have, I felt a 6.5% cap rate was fair for this property and at a lower rent than most for this.
Now, would you agree flex warehouse is for buildings that are built as warehouses, but they are flexible to have it as 100% office, 50% office, putting gyms in there to have it flexible, customizable?
There are a lot of variety of flex warehousing spaces throughout the city of Winnipeg. There's different definitions for these. We have some flex warehouses space that take 22,000 that have building areas of 24,000 square feet with high ceiling heights. We have some of them that are 2 floors. We have you'll have one which is a strictly warehouse in a flex warehouse space, and then you'll have another one like PeopleSoft, which derives a $16 rent, which is 2 stories. So flex means flexible. So they're able to have both properties. We have warehousing space, we have office space, hence the term flex warehouse.
Okay. So the subject, the voltage building has like a regular office on the second floor, a regular warehouse aside from the tower. And the only thing that you would make it think it's flex because it has an 80-foot tower for the actual testing.
It has an 80-foot tower, which 40 feet can't be utilized. There's industry standards for industrial have seen ceilings heights moving up. I remember one time many tax agents said a 36-foot industrial warehouse space, that's an over improvement. That has no value, extra value. Well, industry standards are for new buildings. Ours 36 feet that are within the city of Winnipeg. They're up to 42 feet outside the city of Winnipeg and in Vancouver and Toronto. So in my opinion, the warehousing space for this aspect of the building, if it wasn't the hydro voltage center, would be, say, anywhere between 36 and 42 feet. With that being said, I have a lower rent. Because if we look at new properties, and I'm referencing the properties with regards to the land sales that took place on Haggart, all those buildings are 36 feet high. All those buildings have market rents that are flex warehouses, because you'll have buildings that range from PepsiCo to medical organizations here, and then what will end up happening is that those are in the mid-teens. Those are $12, $13 rents moving forward in 2023 that we have moving forward. So a $10 rent for this flex warehouse space is a reasonable approach to valuation in my eyes, not $6. And I provided comparables for flex warehouse space of different sizes in my brief.
On your page 9, that's your flex warehouse comparables.
Yep.
And the ceiling heights 12 to 27 feet.
Yep.
So there's none with the 36 foot, 40 feet or 80 feet height. Would you agree with that?
No, I haven't included that. But what I have done is that, if a 27, common sense would be if a 27-foot ceiling height is generating $11 or $13.50 a square foot, a higher ceiling height would generate a higher rent. Because it has capacity in the flex warehouse realm of things. So that, which is coming back to the fact of why my $10 seems fair.
But you don't have any comparables of high ceiling heights like the subject, or
I have my
feet.
vast experience of knowledge, and I'm giving some examples here, and I'm speaking to the comparables that I have here.
And most of your comparables on your page 9 are all small square footage, 4,000, 3,000, etc. Would you agree that the square footage is too small to be comparable to the subject?
Well, no, because the flex warehouse in total square foot is 35,000 square feet. The rentable space for these buildings here would be 25,000 square feet. And I think having a 19,000 and 17,000 square foot areas is close. And I'm not asking for a $12 rent here. I'm not asking for a $13.50 rent. I'm asking for a $10 rent.
Okay, page 10, you have some original report. You had the manufacturing light.
Yep.
Comparables, and now you don't value as manufacturing. So would you agree we can disregard those comparables?
No, I would disagree with that, because I've included them with my brief because there's a lot of similarities between manufacturing light and storage warehousing space here. Because if you look at the third comparable, that's that's 15,000 square feet. It's a $14 rent, built in 1989. So they're very similar in nature. Like if you've ever walked into that building, Mr. DuPont, and I know if you have or anyone else has been, but it's a brewery on Keniston. They have a significant portion which is manufacturing, and in my eyes, that could easily be used as warehousing space there. So so I'm comfortable with the rent that I provided, and which is why I thought it's we shouldn't disregard it.
Your page 10 photos of the voltage building.
Okay, appendix 10, you mean?
Oh, appendix 10, yeah.
Just double
page
check. Yep,
page 22.
Yep, give me a sec there, Henry. Yep.
Yeah, so the building with the dark blue has the windows on the second floor.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where they have the offices.
Yep.
And the main floor, they have virtually no windows or very small windows.
Yep. Well, there's windows. The main floor has some window space, but it doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same light as the main floor space. But you can see on the bottom. You can see on bottom of page 10, there are windows, and then aspects of that building here. Because where all the windows are, that's the 10,800 square feet on both areas. Because then, if you look at the bottom of page 10, that's where they have the garage. That's where they bring vehicles in and out of that building here. So there's no need, because that's the warehousing portion of it, of the main floor.
Right. So you would agree that that two-story portion is 5,400 square feet in the second floor and 5,400 square feet on the main floor?
Yes, because that's how I value that aspect of the building here.
Right. And you consider the whole 10,000 square feet as office?
Well, when we look at the pictures on my brief here, there's second floor space here, and if you look on page 14, page 15 of my brief here, that is where those are aspects of the building here that have light, that look like office space to me. I see cubicles, I see computers. It doesn't. And
so so your page 15 is what you consider the main floor office.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said on the top part of my page 15 or appendix 15, main floor 110 Newmarket.
Right, and the page 15 those would be like vinyl floor. It's not carpeted. You agree with that?
Yep. But overall speaking, but you got to understand there, Mr. DuPont. Some of that space here on the main floor is not the 10,000 square feet that we're speaking of, the 5,000. Some of this main floor pictures here includes the general warehousing space here of
the middle of page 15.
Property. Yeah.
The middle of page 15, that's actually in the warehouse part, but the top and bottom are the office part that you have.
This was all main floor space, Mr. DuPont. So
right. So the question is, the part that you consider 5,000 square feet of office on the main floor is the first picture and the last picture of page 15.
We have all this space at $10, Mr. DuPont. It's not like I've created different PIDs for the second floor and the main floor. This is why we're in this predicament right now. What
I
I've
know,
done,
so
what I've done here is I've separated the entire building at $10 a square foot, which is for a building that was built in 2000, that was completed in 2012.
you did not answer the question. Is the first and third pictures the main floor area that you consider as office?
This is an aspect of the entire building here. So it's a flex warehouse. So part of it can be.
Is the
The
photo
point
number
is,
one
okay,
and three?
Mr. DuPont, let me finish here. When we look at this building here, so if we reference back to page 10, my guess is, and I'm only speculating because I can't remember for sure, but I could probably say, panel members, are you looking at page 10 of my brief? Or appendix 10 of my brief?
Index 10?
Appendix 10, yep.
Yes.
What I'm guessing here right now, and because it's a combined of the area here, right? So if you're guessing at appendix 10, you know where there's a little out or a little jet out where they've expanded the building size? So you have the second floor space, which is all windows, and then you have this little jet out area here that ends up taking place here. And then you have more windows on the right side. So in the first part, you have the pine trees to the left that shows 3 windows. And then you have the little jet out where the building's expanded. And then you have another 3 windows out there. So some of the space here could be a part of those other 3 windows. And I'm just speculating. But overall, looking at the building here, you know, I'm answering the question as best as I can, based on what I recall in the pictures. I don't really have much more to add on this, so I apologize.
Okay. Anyway, so on page 15, the first photo and the third photo are the likely on the 5,000 square feet to the left, but that little jet out.
You know, I can't answer that with confidence, Mr. DuPont. You can make that assumption, but
okay, so
I'm speculating.
Okay, so
I'm speculating that everything to the west of that little jet out is a part of the pictures here, because we can't overwhelm the board members with tons of pictures here, but it's included with the overall rent.
okay, so would you agree you have no photos of actual offices on the main floor of that building? You know, the 10 by 10, 12 by 12 offices, partitions, etc. These are just open areas. Would you agree that the main floor is just open areas?
Well, just because there are no partitions and cubicles doesn't mean that it's not office space.
Okay, no, I'm just asking.
At the bottom of page 15, we have an area there where there's like at least 6 different computers there with chairs. One would assume that 6 different people work in that area at different times. We ask people to move from pictures, not to include them. So, like I said,
so
I don't have much more to add here.
Okay, so there are open areas with tiled floors. You would agree with that?
They are open areas, and they do have tiled floors, right?
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Now you're where's your photo of building number 1?
I got pictures for building number 1 starting on appendix 22.
Is it appendix 12?
I have interior or exterior?
Interior, main floor, New Market, you see?
Okay, you're talking New Market. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the main building here. I apologize.
Well, no, the main building, what you consider to be number 1.
Yep, no problem. So that's what we have here with the blocked out areas. Yeah, that's on my appendix 12.
Right. And page 13, etc. So would you agree that when we inspected that, we thought that the office was kind of dated?
Well, if you consider a 2012 property to be dated, Mr. DuPont.
No, I'm not talking about building
no.
number 1. Building number 1, sorry. Building number 1 built 1967.
Okay, so, but you asked me to go look at my appendix number 12, which is the new market building here. So, I'm just trying to answer your questions, Mr. Dupont. So am I looking at, so just to confirm, I'm looking at building number 1 that was originally built in 1969, as opposed to building number 8, which is the voltage center.
Building number 8 was on your page 15, appendix 15. So number 12 are big open warehouses. That's not in the voltage building.
Okay, but my appendix number 12 was the main floor of the new market building, which is the warehouse portion. So I have no problems talking about building number 1. I just wanted to make sure I'm answering your question and that all the panel numbers are on the same page. So just for the record here, is everyone on my appendix number 22, which is the number that you're looking at, Henry? On your PDF?
Oh, page 22, yeah.
Appendix 22.
My page 24, appendix 12. So you're saying that's the voltage building?
No, that's the main warehouse building, Henry.
That's the one built in 1967.
Yes.
Okay. And your appendix number 14, top photo, it shows the windows looking onto a warehouse. Is that looking to the voltage building?
On my appendix number 14? No.
Yeah.
Henry, are we talking about the voltage center, or are we talking about the 1969?
No, I'm asking what those photos are on your page 14.
On page 14,
appendix 14, yeah.
Yeah, on appendix 14. That's a second floor. That's a second floor area for a lunchroom and for a conference room.
Of the voltage building?
Of the voltage building, yes.
Okay. That one makes sense because number 15 is the voltage building.
Yes. I try to have a follow through. I just got confused here because you started talking about the 1969 building here, so that's why I got lost, so I apologize.
Okay, so the office area for building number 1 is on your appendix number 26. You would agree with that?
Well, it starts at my appendix number 22. Maybe your page 26, but my 22. Because on the top of it, it says south part of building 1, made building, and that area was Wade C.
The names Wade and whatever, these are the different inspectors from Hydro. We had 3 different guys showing us 3 different sections.
And that's how I referenced it. Yep.
Yeah. So Wade showed us building number 1. Okay. So these are the warehouses, starting on page 22 of the building number 1.
Yep.
And then we have the offices afterwards.
That's correct.
Now, would you agree the offices in building number 1 are dated?
Yeah, they're not the newest, but that's why I am having an effective age of 1975. I'm not having an effective age of 1980 or 1990, right? It is very basic.
And page 28 shows that these are actually they're not carpeted floors; they're some kind of vinyl.
Yeah, some are vinyl, some because then I'm looking on page 27, and that looks like it could be carpet or squared paneling.
Okay, nevertheless, the actual age before you had 1969 for building number 1, and you changed it to 1975.
Yep.
And do you have any ideas to? And I believe it's because you think that $1.2 million was for that building.
These are just permits that have taken place. So when I look at page 6 of my building here, and if you look at other buildings here, Like, so if you're gonna use an effective age of 1969, so you're implying if an average building lasts 60 years, you're telling me that based after our inspection and based on the pictures for the main warehousing building here and other warehousing space here, the economic life of this building's 9 years, and I don't think that's being realistic. Manitoba Hydro would have the most efficient, because they need to be a leader of the industry, they need to have the most efficient HVAC systems. While looking at the windows by my exterior pictures, they're not a 1969 window, at least they're a 1975 window. So looking at the 1975 windows there, it's my experience and my feel from my inspection that changing the effective age by 6 years, which impacts the cap rate, is not being unrealistic.
Do you have a photo of the exterior windows? Would you say they're 1975
No, because
windows?
what I looked at, but if I do look at my pictures from the briefs here, just give me 1 sec here, because I do have some exterior photos on the outside. So on page 5, like on page 5 and then on page 6, you have some pictures of the doors and some of the windows there. It did not seem to be an old building here. And by modifying the effective age by a little bit is being fair. And just
but by changing the effective age, you reduce the cap rate and you increase the rent.
Because usually what happens is when you change the age, the effective life of the building changes and the cap rate changes.
Okay, would you agree that the effective life of the building is something that you use for cost approach?
But it's used for yes, it is used for the cost approach. But looking at the building here, looking at the value of the building, the property did not give me a vibe of 1960s with regards to all the upgrades and the improved lighting. When I looked at the lighting for this building here, was the lighting in the building for the warehousing space 1969, or was it more modern? It was more modern. The building was well lit. It was warm. It was comfortable. Which tells me that changing the effective age of this building is not being unreasonable. As it stands right now, if we're looking at 1975 here, we're looking at a building here which is like 49 years old.
Okay, so for the income approach, you compare rents of other buildings built in 1969, and you compare cap rates of properties that sold for 1969. So an income approach, you're comparing with similar buildings. You don't care about the economic remaining life because that's a cost approach principle, right? So would you agree that?
What I'm saying here is we have warehousing space here, okay? So with regards to warehousing space here, we have 36,000 square feet, or let me quote this properly here. We have 36,554 square feet of this building, which was built where 21,000 square feet of this property was built in the 2000s. That's brand new properties. That's brand new areas,
I'm talking building number 1, sorry.
Well, but what I'm saying though, is we're looking at all the warehouse space here. We have 9 different buildings here. We're not only looking at buildings that were only 1969. My rental value here and my cap rate includes building number 7, which is heated, building number 2, which is heated, different buildings here, that's a part of the area. And so it's all factored in. So you can't say where you have, so let me just do the math here. We have 14% of just the storage warehouse space that was built in the 21st century. So wouldn't that not impact? Wouldn't 15% of all the buildings that are in the area that are with the subject property not impact the cap rate? And my answer is, yes, it does impact the cap rate, and an adjustment needed to be made on that.
Okay, I was asking for the effective age of your building number 1, and you have a cap rate that was
No,
some
but
0.9,
if you're
and you
looking at
reduce it. Yeah, okay.
the building number 1, if you look at my income stream with my recommendation, it has a total of 1975. That includes 14% of the area for the entire subject property that was built in the 21st century. So that you can't tell me that you have 15% of the building here should have a 1969 effective age when it's a part of the overall picture here. Like we said here, we've talked about before, building number 1 is 150,000 square feet. So what about the other 28,000 square feet, Mr. Neufeld? My question is to you, and
DuPont.
Sorry, Mr. DuPont, I apologize. My question is that what are you doing with what's the effective age of that other 28,000 square feet of inventory?
That's building number 2.
That's building number 2. That's building number 7, right?
No, it's building number 2 only.
Mr. DuPont and Mr. Froelich, you're going to agree to disagree. Can we move on, please?
Thank you, Lady Chairperson.
Can we just move on with our questioning?
I no more questions.
All right, thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you have any questions?
Just one question. Thank you for your presentation. My question is relating to changing the effective date on a property. Can you advise what the practice of assessment is? Like, what triggers a change in the effective age of a building generally? Of a property. I shouldn't say building, a property overall.
Well, there are a variety of things. Permits and inspections. Those are the 2 key aspects that we look. So if we look at residential, we look at commercial properties. If you're looking at a property here, because bear in mind here that what happened in the past in terms of the valuation for this property, was it being fair to the applicant? Moving forward here, that's why I've come up with my value here. But based on my inspection here, I believe through my experience and knowledge and the permits and the inspection that it warranted to hire a newer built than 1969. And the point is, you have to also consider, when you looked at my decision to change the cap rate, you have 15% of this inventory, which is built in the 21st century, right? You have this warehousing space here. Some of it's heated, some of it's not heated. But it needs to be reflective of that, because all things being equal, if you have a large storage space that's 1969 and the 21st century, which one's going to command a higher rent in the marketplace? And that's why in my approach to valuation, I changed the effective age for this property.
Thank you. Thank you for answering my question. Yeah, that was all my questions. The other questions that I had have been asked and answered. Thank you very much for your presentation.
You're welcome.
Mr. Moretsky?
Yes, so the Flex Warehouse, which is building number 8, correct?
That is correct.
Built in 2012. If I can just maybe refer to a picture of it there.
Yep, sure thing.
That would have been Appendix 10, right?
Yep, I'm here.
So I'm just curious as to the nature, a little bit more information about this building. So this tower part, was it 80 feet high?
That's correct.
So that's just all empty space when I'm looking at that tower portion. There's no floors there or anything.
There's equipment to test hydro properties within that space. So they'll bring in pieces of equipment to test
Or are there doors? Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Didn't mean.
Concrete floors. I actually got more pictures. I got some pictures because there's privacy concerns with regard to that. But if you go on Appendix 12, Mr. Retzky, you'll see some of the warehousing space there where I blocked it out because there's privacy concerns.
All right.
So you can see the pictures of the actual space there on page 12.
So that one you determined as $10 per square feet, right?
$10 is for the overall building.
The overall building, okay. So now all the other storage warehouse areas encompass all the rest of the buildings, including office spaces. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a blended rent because what will happen, and a great example is of this with regards to Mr. Dupont will reference this with regards to the Terracon properties. You'll have 24,000 square feet of properties, 30,000 square feet of properties that are under the flex warehouse designation that are strictly warehouse, that are strictly like this space.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm getting at. Is it all of your rental assessments are basically storage or flex warehouses with office component?
Yeah, they all have, all the flex warehouse because it's flex, right? And the key component is.
And the storage warehouses too, right?
Pardon me? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
And the storage warehouses too, you also have offices in those?
And you do have, in storage warehouses you do, but the differentiation is these are two separate buildings here. You know, one that was originally built in like 1969 or 67, and this one here in 2012. So when you look at the quality of the finish, the quality of the space here, and even in my comparables that I've shown for flex warehouses, newer buildings generate higher rents. So, okay. You know,
I kind of moved away from that flex warehouse already.
Okay. Sorry, I apologize.
So just getting to the rest of the buildings now, they have some office component to them, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, fair enough. So A6, it's the, let me make this quick here. Appendix 6 is building number 1, is that correct?
Appendix 6.
Main building, building number 1?
Yep, on the bottom there, it's building number 1, yes.
Okay. And that one is storage and office, right?
That is in storage and office. And in a nutshell, if you probably look at the first part of the building there on the northwest side, that first portion is probably all office.
Okay, so 20% or so is office.
Yeah.
So that you have at what,
552, that's a blended rate for the entire space.
552. So if it was all storage space, it would be less, right?
Well, you know, all warehousing space has a certain component of office space. You know, okay. Usually, okay. You know, usually the average is less than 15, you know, around 15%. So this is at 20, you know. And what's interesting though here as well is, and Henry and I didn't actually go into this building here, but if you look at and Henry, maybe you could speak of this as well from your previous experience and knowledge. We never went, so if you look at the bottom of Appendix 6, that higher ceiling height there, I think that was one of their old school voltage centers. Because Henry and I never went into that actual building here. They didn't show us that building during our inspection. Is that correct, Henry? Or do you remember?
It has no windows. I asked Mike Taylor from Hydro, and it's a tall 52 feet high because it has a crane. He brings some equipment into the rest of the warehouse.
So that would have been one of the original voltage centers, would it not be?
No, that was not a voltage. It's just simply a crane, crane building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if I just kind of may move on here a little bit, I just want to clarify a few other things. So fair enough. So then your comparables then would also be storage warehouses. Okay, I'm specifically talking about the storage warehouse comparables.
Yep.
They would also have office component, right? same kind of ratio.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So we're talking apples to apples on your comparisons.
I would,
Yeah, okay. Appendix 7. So up top there, what building is that?
Appendix 7, just give me 1 sec here.
That's not building number 1. It's a different building, right?
Appendix number 7 at the very top.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the voltage center Henry and I were just speaking about. That's the one where they have the crane and the 52 feet of storage space or of mechanical space there. So it would be on the northeast side of the building here on the top page of Appendix 7.
That tower thing you're talking about? That building?
Yep.
Okay. And then what's the rest of this other, what is this building, the main part of it?
The rest of the building is the warehousing space that I've showed pictures of in my brief.
Just okay, it's a storage warehouse. Just a storage warehouse.
So, for example, if you want to go back and forth.
Okay, where is it on that map there? What building number is it?
Which one's that?
This that I'm looking at, Appendix 7 at the top. Which building is that?
That's all a part of building number 1.
Number?
Yeah, that's a part of building number 1. It's included.
Okay. Building number, the one below is a different building, right?
The one below, yeah. The one below is the one that's building number 6.
Building number 6?
Yeah.
And 8 is a couple of buildings there?
Well, number 8 is that's the flex warehouse building, which is the 36,000 square feet, which is with the $10 rent.
On Appendix 8?
Oh, pardon me. I apologize.
Yeah.
I was looking at map page number 8. I apologize. I apologize. On the bottom part of Appendix 8, that is building number 2 on my pictures.
Which one? The long one?
The long one. That's 14,400 square feet.
Okay, and the other ones are not part of it? The other two?
And the one right beside it is building number 3. That's unheated. That's unheated storage space.
Okay, and then the other one to the right is the little one?
The little one, yeah, that's building number 3. That's unheated. That's one of the new inventory.
So what's the one next to it to the left then?
Number 2 is with 14,000 square feet. And number 3 is, just bear with me here for a sec here because I have to pull this up or I have to find it. So my building number 3 which seems odd because
it doesn't matter.
It's you know what is so my building number 3 is 3,200 square feet. Yeah, it's confusing, Mr. Maretsky. So
well, they don't look that big to me. So, anyways, move on. So, appendix number 9 are all other storage warehouses again.
Yeah, and number 9 is outdoor storage. Yep.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so on page 6, your actual
appendix 6 or page 6.
Yeah, actual page 6, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
I hope I'm right about that.
Yep, no worries. It's just I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Okay, I just want to kind of get an idea of your approach with these permits because you just mixed a bunch of them together here. Yep. And I understand why you would not want to post every single one, of course. And you kind of made some assumptions as to which ones belonged where, but not completely. Would that be accurate?
No, I'm pretty confident of it because when I could link the construction U of so if I have 3 construction U's that were built that were for 30,000, 89,000. The one thing I don't know of off the top, and I'll have to look at it, is I don't know where the construction addition took place with the $75,000. But you know, with the construction new, some of these new construction new ones with the low permit values, those are the outdoor storage. Those are the outdoor storage spaces.
So you totaled them all up, and that sort of went into your effective age calculation. Is that the right approach? Is that accurate?
Well, the point is, if you have 21,000 square feet of storage warehouse space, heated and unheated, that would have changed the effective age. Because all things being equal, if you're a buyer in the marketplace, and if a buyer has a 1969 storage space and a storage space that was built in 2002, which would derive a higher value and a higher market rent and a lower cap rate. You're not going to put the same, if all things being equal, you have a 5,000 square foot building storage warehouse space that was built in 1969, and you have a 5,000 square foot storage space that was built in 2002. What would derive a higher rent in the marketplace? What would have a lower market rent cap rate in the marketplace? So when I moved from 1969 to 1975, this was all factored in.
Yeah. So
no one else. Yeah.
What's factored into that calculation, I guess, is my point. This $14,685 worth of building permit.
Well, that's the total value of the permits that have taken place during the past, 22 years.
Yeah.
Right? That's the value of it. But the value is also of these buildings here. So if you have 21,000 square feet of space, which is like 14% of the overall building here, in terms of doing a proper analysis, would it have the same cap rate of 1969? So that's why the adjustment was made to the effective age.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that or anything. I just want to know what your approach is with these permits.
And this would come back to the other board member's question here. What goes into our thought process in the effective age, right? And so, we talked about the building there, which is going through $450,000 worth of new office space. Does that building here that was originally built in 1969 look like a building that was built in 1969, or have there been some improvements to the exterior? And if there have been improvements to the exteriors and to the doors, that means the effective age should be in your property. So even though that's lumped in with the 1975 adjustment, and just for reference purposes, if you want to go back to it, this on I hate to beat a dead horse here, but what happened here is on Appendix 19, it didn't look like the vinyl siding does not look like it came from 1969. And so what's being fair is changing it overall because it's a part of the overall length of the building here, the age of the building. If that's a building, that's a standalone building in another part of the city of Winnipeg, would it rent for $5.52 or would it rent for higher? Right? Anyways.
Well, a building built in 69 is likely going to get new siding anyways, right?
Yeah, new siding, new windows, new heat.
At least once anyways.
Yeah, exactly. So by changing the effective age by 6 years is not being unrealistic.
Okay, so I'll go into your recommendation then on page 4.
Yep.
So you have this the first one here on the left column. That's mostly building number 1, right?
Yep. That's roughly speaking, 150,000 square feet is building 1. Another 28,000 square feet is building other warehousing space. And we know that,
But we know the one in the column on the right is the flex warehouse with the 80-foot high.
Yeah.
Now the one in the middle, you have only at 350.
Yeah.
It's only 36,000 feet, but why is that one less than the
unheated space? Unheated space. Yep.
Yeah, just bear with me, everybody. I'm just trying to make sure I understand everything here. That's all. So, okay, I got your presentation. Thank you very much. No further questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And I have no questions, Mr. Froelich. They have been answered. And at this time, we're just going to take a 10-minute break. And we'll be coming back to Mr. Dupont's presentation. And I would like to call this hearing back to order. And Mr. Dupont, if you would begin your presentation.
Yeah, so before we start, I have an in-person doctor's appointment at 2:30. I have to leave at 2. If this hearing goes longer than that, I can try to change my doctor's appointment to a phone. And if so, then I'd have to leave at 2:25 for 15 minutes or so and then can come back. Hopefully it doesn't go beyond 2 o'clock.
Okay.
So I'd like to start with the rebuttal.
Okay.
Actually, starting with your brief, please.
And I have one comment to make with regards to Mr. Dupont's rebuttal, because there's a couple issues that have taken place. And the last document that he sent this morning to me was new comparables, or it seemed like new old comparables. So I wasn't too sure what that was about, because to me that would be new evidence.
Okay, Mr. Froelich, we're not getting to the rebuttal yet.
Okay,
We're going to have Mr. Dupont give us his brief.
But just for the record, I want to make a comment with regards to the rebuttal evidence before Mr. Dupont makes his presentation. So I want just to share information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the main brief then. Look at page 1. The assessment 33,000,007. I'm asking for 17,792,000. I have issued a revised income approach, and I'm at 18 million something. We can go through that later. Now we have photos, etc. But I'd like to go to page 87 first. So that page 87, my appendix. So this is the assessor's building details, and where they had 17 buildings, and they had identified it 11 income streams initially. So what I did is I used this building detail to identify the building numbers on the map. So my building numbers are different than Mirex, mainly because I follow the assessor's building details. So what I did is I took the building maps, I scaled everything based on the land sizes. I scaled all the buildings. I was able to identify all the buildings except for 3 small ones. And so what I show on the map, my building numbers are exactly what these building details are. So building number 1 is shown at 91,870. And that will be shown on my my map, which I have that. It was a vehicle service garage. So that's the area this assessor had as a vehicle service garage. And it had 1972 square feet, also mezzanine in there, which is the storage mezzanine. And then I showed the second one, the 253 square feet. I showed that as a map. So I identified all these buildings. That's from the assessor's building details. Now for my map, I believe we go up in the report. Page 15. So I added the notes to the map. If you see the big building in the middle there, where I have number 1, 91,870, that's part of the main building. And the front of the building, 27,823, and it's building number 3. That part is only, part of it is office. And Mirek has stated that it could be around 15-20% office. It is not. It's only 5,000 square feet office. the whole building, 3, 1, 4, and the 5 and 6 to the right of that building, the office is only about 3.2%, so very low office. So the page 15 to the far right, and there's number 16 is voltage. That's what shows up on the assessor's building details, number 16. And then the other one where we have a dispute is number 8 on page 15. That's a long building. It's the one where Marek was saying that 450,000 building permits applies to that building. I believe the 1,200,000 and building permits also applies to that building, and not to building number 134. On page 16, that's the rest of the property, and I've identified those so that you see at the top of the page we have number 8 again. I don't show any notes to that, but then I show the building number 12, 14, and 13 far right. And at bottom right, it says on map, number 2, 9, and 10, 2,300 square feet. So there's 2 small areas of 100, 200 square feet, which is hard to identify. And the 2,000 square feet, which I cannot identify in the map. Now, if you see the buildings with the white tops, those are Quonsets with tarp or fabric type buildings. Usually those are not assessed. So I believe the 2,000 square feet that I cannot find is probably one of those white top buildings. So if you look at page 15, previous page, there's a couple white top buildings. So I've identified virtually every building on all those 2 aerial maps, except for 2 small sheds and the 2,000 square feet. So when I have my income approach and all that, I use these particular numbers, which are different than Mirek's numbers. So you go to the front page 2. So we have the voltage building. It's a test facility, 36,000 square feet, and includes the second floor. That's the second floor is with the windows. The voltage itself, 80 feet high, has no other floors. It's just 80 feet high. And the reason they have so high is because they tested electricity, and it's probably due to fire standards, etc. And when they have large amount of electricity in the air, and to make sure there's no fires, etc. That's why they have the high ceiling height. I don't think what they test are that high. The test transformers, etc. These could be 15, 20 feet high. I believe they don't test anything that high. So the second floor with the windows is 5,420 square feet. Underneath offices are labs, washrooms, locker room, low finish, tile floors, few windows. So the assessor has the main floor as office, and we don't. And on the field sheet, the Mirek was kind enough to give me some of the field sheets. So I have field sheets of this building. I have field sheets of the main buildings, the building 1, 3, 5, etc. I was able to piece together the square footage and identify the buildings also from the field sheets. So the page 3 is the photos of the front of the buildings. Photos are not that clear, but you see the second photo on that page. That's the front of the building, 1 story. That shoulder part built in 1960. The page 3 at the bottom, not at the bottom. It says tall building, 52 feet, 32 square feet with crane. The field sheets that Mirek gave me, it actually said crane building. So that's where I got that information. That I have view from Waverly. Page 4, we have aerial photos. Land use for outdoor storage mainly. So there's a lot of outdoor storage. So they got all these coil and these wires, and they store that all over the place. And I identify satellite buildings, which is the same as Mirek says as unheated. So he's got about 36,554 square feet unheated. And I have about the same amount of square footage unheated. And these are the satellite buildings, those that do not belong with the main building, 150,000 square feet, and the voltage building. So the page 5, building number 3, 1, 4, 5, and 6, that's 157,550 square feet. That's considers income 1 in our income stream. Building 4 is the same height as number 1 in the middle, and has 8 dock loading doors. You can see the bottom right of that photo. There's sign kind of the road is lanes kind of slanted downwards, so that's dock loading doors. So building number 1 is what the city had as a vehicle service garage, but there's no hoist or anything like that. There was vehicle service, so they have now reclassified it as storage warehouse. Photos from the exterior. We skip the next few pages. Property description. So that's my original. On the top of the page in bold, it says, contrary to the city's original evaluation, there's no vehicle service garage, no retail warehouse, no manufacturing light, no standalone office. They had it as Office B, OFB. And so there's no separate office with warrant a separate value as an office, and the MREC is not giving you a separate valuation for office now. And similar to most industrial buildings, normal office space is 5 to 15%, and that's included in the income stream. The so voltage number 1, I show that the 5420 square feet. I show that as the square footage that I have, 5420. The assessor has another 5420 main floor, so they have a 30% office for that building. The tower itself, 16,780 square feet. That's from the field sheets Marek gave me, so that they had measured that as 16,080 square feet, 80 feet height, sorry. The main floor, the main building, it's these 5 buildings, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6. The one 3200 is the one with the high crane. The office area for that is only 5460 square feet. So that's 3.5% of the old buildings. And these buildings were built 1969, 65, 69, 69. If you do the average age, it comes to 1967. So the oldest building is 91,000 square feet. So the most of that building is built 1965. They have very few improvements, and they have some kind of mezzanine, storage mezzanine, and building number 1. And the satellite buildings, number 3, these are all the extra buildings. And you see the building number 8, 14,400. This is all utilities, basic office, and I've changed that now. I revised that. I moved 1,400 square feet to 2A, so put it the same income stream as number 2. And then my satellite buildings now, my new valuation approach is solely on heated buildings. Before I had satellite buildings, but 1 building that was actually heated, and that's the building that we saw some renovations going on. There's partitions because they're adding offices, and I believe that 1.2 million in building permits was for that building, so I decided to move it up in the income stream. And I'll go through that, my revisions, when I do my revising income approach. Page 12 is the map, and then you see the sliver at the bottom there. That's what was sold off. That's a 2024 map, and then the 2023 map and the 2024 map. The sliver is gone. And they kept the assessment the same. And we have the aerial photo after that. We went through that, and I identified the buildings as per the assessor's building details, the list of their building details. I have some more aerial photos of the map, Google Map, etc. You can see where it is in Chevrier. It's more of an industrial area. And then bottom left of that map on page 19 is this Curfield Street. And that's the area where they built some newer buildings in the kind of an industrial area, but they give it made it flex, so they can convert some of these buildings to other than industrial, like 100% offices. And so that particular area will have some flex buildings. And we can go through that later on in the part of my rebuttal, etc. and then we skip the next few pages. Page 25. Oh, I thought I had forgot to give you market rents, but I did not. So that the evidence I sent this morning can be disregarded. So these are rental comparables. And these are properties, shows the effective age for those buildings as per the assessment department, built in the 70s, 80s. There's no property built in the 60s except one in Sherwin, and that one has a 340 per square foot, 19 feet wall height, and the subject is that older building we have is around the 20 feet height. And these, the average of those 10 comparables are 417 per square foot, median's 405. And I believe those comparables are better comparables than Mirek has for the storage warehouse, because we have a larger building, 157,000 square feet for the main building. And it's 170 something when we add building number 8 to it. And that's what Mirek has done. He valued the storage warehouse on the main building and the building number 8, my building number 8. And it shows what these buildings, what the averages are, etc. The rents range as low as $3 per square foot, 223,000 square feet above. And Pandora, that's $3 per square foot. And so the rent that I chose, the Voltage building, because it's newer and it's got 15% off, I gave it a $6 rent. I don't give extra value for the fact that it has an 80-foot warehouse, because that is value to hydro only. Warehouses do not go to 80 feet. Most warehouses are maximum, usually 32 feet. Very few are higher than that. Mirek is saying that maybe there's some higher than that. To load your warehouse, anything higher than 32 feet, it's not sturdy enough, and forklifts can't go that higher than 32 feet. So most of them are at maximum 32 feet. So anything in excess of 32 feet is an over improvement. In the main building, average year built 1967, and that's 3.5% office. I give it 450, which is on a high side. These comparables above are 417. I'm at 450. You'll see with the photos that building is very dated, offices, etc. There's no improvements that can be seen on those. Satellite buildings, it's unheated. The average year built 1983, but it's and I say 62% unheated, but I've changed it. Now the satellite buildings, my revised income approach is 100% unheated. Most have no water. Virtually none have any office. So they tend to have electricity, and some have heat, but most of them have no water, no washrooms, etc., no offices, etc. So that if you have your normal warehouses at $3 to $4, etc., on the unheated ones would have to be much lower, 250. Mirek has it as 350, which I believe is quite high. Vacancy, I don't want to spend too much time on that. But most of the vacancy that we have statistics, etc. This is total inventory, including owner-occupied buildings. So there's a lot of owner-occupied buildings that skews the statistics. So the overall vacancy on page 28 is 3%. Then the page 29 is the investment category. Those properties are up for rent. So whenever there's an owner-occupied building, it becomes rentable, it becomes vacant. They move it to the investment category. So the properties that are up for rent are 7.4%. In Fort Garry area, where the subject is 17%. In the investment category overall, page 30 is 7.7%. We are accepting, it says we're accepting the city's cap rate 7.9%. So the city has had 7.9% for the storage warehouse, and the Mirek has now changed it to 7.45 because he's changing the effective year. So the income approach, we can disregard this because I have a revised income approach. So we can skip that for now. We can go straight to the appendix. So the appendix, we start with the main building. So we start with the front of the building, the old building, built in 1960s. So that's the main area. So that has some of the vinyl flooring there. And the second photo is tile floor. Well, I don't know if it's tile floor, but it's a shiny floor, so it's not carpet. That's dated flooring. Page 40, it's the one about all the Christmas decoration. That's the same photo that Mirek had, or similar one. And it does have carpet, the square type carpeting. So this part is a bit more modern than the rest. This is all cubicles. There's no offices there. There's no partition walls. And then page 41, you can see flooring on that old tile floor. This belongs to the year it was built. And then you have part of it mix and match flooring. So this is the old dated office that we have there. Page 42, there again, no carpeting there. It's all dated. Most of it is cubicles, no partitions. Page 43, same thing. Most of the tile floor or vinyl floor of some kind, no partition. So it's all dated offices. Page 44, another part, the offices with the vinyl flooring or tile floor, dated offices. Page 45, same thing. And then we have a big lunchroom. And then building number 3, it's more tile floors with the replacement tiles over time. It's a low part here. And then page 48, there is some with some newer carpeting. To page 49, some with newer carpeting there. And then we have the storage warehouse on page 50, normal storage. So that building number 1, so that's the one that this sister has a vehicle service garage and just normal warehouse. And page 51, that's the dock loading. That's the 8 doors. As you could see that maybe it's hard to see, but I'm taking a photo for a bit higher, looking down into the entrance. So it's a relatively short. So it's mainly for short trucks. So it's not for large semi-trailers. So the dock loading is a bit on the short side. This is some more of the dock loading areas, a bit on the short side also compared to the more modern warehouses which have the long dock loading. 53 is more of that storage warehouse. And we maybe skip some of those. So they're all building number 1, storage warehouse, etc. Building number 4, that's towards the end of the main building. Also storage warehouse. There's no dock loading in that building number 4. It's just grade level doors. The regular warehouse there on the next photos or so. Photo page 60. That's a dock loading doors, and that building number 1, the one that was the vehicle service garage. And then page 61, dock loading doors and building 1 on the left, and building 4, same height. The original building details for the assessment that I had on page 87, they had a higher ceiling height for building number 4, and we have established it does not. So the assessor's original evaluation building details was wrong. And building number 8, that's the one that there have some partitions the new partitions, and they're building some offices in the back. And it's got no windows in there, so it's not a really good place to have offices there, but they're building some offices there. And they have some cubicle offices there already, which we'll see. So that I disagree with Mirek that the exterior looks new. It does not. It's original. The page 63, that's the front part of the offices, so the old tile floors, so older. And then page 64, so they have now added some cubicles And they have not changed the ceiling. They have not changed the walls. They have not put in partitions, just cubicles in a warehouse. And they reduced the lights down by chains and fluorescents. And that's what they've done. So that page 65 is part of the building 8. It's a low ceiling warehouse. So it's an inferior type warehouse. Just building 8 also, where they have some of the storage there. Building 7, these are some of these satellite buildings that we have. We took some of the photos. We took notes as to whether they're heated, unheated, and we've identified that. And I believe we don't disagree with the satellite buildings, the unheated part. And the page 71 shows that's they use quite a bit for outdoor storage for the things that they have, and some of the is another building that they had. I believe it's this one is likely unheated, etc. Building number 12 on page 73 is a gravel floor. Mirek had an orangey type photo also because it's very poor lighting. So building number 12, a gravel floor, no heat, no water, no offices. So what you have is electricity there only. That's more satellite buildings, page 74, 75, 17. That's the building besides the voltage building. So it's a bit newer voltage building, newer storage building. Page 76 is the exterior of the voltage building. So it has a big door to the entrance of the voltage building, so that equipment they would bring in would be the size of those doors. That's probably 8 feet, so that those lines. So there's probably a 24 feet door, the height of the door. So that's the type of equipment they bring there. Page 77 is the photo of the regular warehouse part, not the voltage part. And then the page 78, it's a main floor, so that there's tile floor, and they have mainly labs. They don't even have cubicles. They have lined the walls with some of the desks, the long counter type desk. So that's part of what the assessor considers office. When we inspected, the Hydro person said there's no office in the main floor, only second floor. So Hydro does not consider that as office. It's an open area. And this is a part of the main floor, part of the work area. I believe this is in the near towards the west side. There's the low ceiling warehouse part. Page 80. So there's another part of the main floor work area. That's part of the area that the assessor considers as office, and they don't have regular windows, don't have partitions, and it's a tile floor. This is the main floor also. They have a lunchroom. They have lunchroom, washroom, and lab type workstations. Now, if we go to second floor, they have some windows, regular windows, and have the checkered type carpeting. So that's not executive high-end office. It's regular medium end offices that they have there. It's more offices on the second floor. And some more, page 84, more offices. But this is more cubicles, so they don't have partitions there. It's all cubicles. So the page 85 is part of the warehouse. Now, I didn't take photos of inside the voltage building. They said we should not be giving that to the public because they test things. They don't want their competition to know what it is. And outside of the building, I'll give you the page 86. So that's a plan that they have for a fire escape, etc. So it shows the UR here. That's the voltage plan, and where it has UR here is a big computer room. So from there, they operate all the testing that goes inside the big voltage buildings. So part of the voltage building would have all sorts of wires, etc., likely underneath the floor. They don't have extension cords, etc. So they bring all this information, equipment to test, and they have all these readings from the computer room. So part of the construction costs for the foundations and the building itself is high because they have all sorts of things for testing and extra electricity that we have for this building. So to the left there, you'll see the top left is the main floor. So it shows the lunchroom and washroom, and they have the large open areas. You see that's what the assessor considers as office. And then we have some cubicles also, just to the left of the AED. And below the AED is the normal warehouse that they have. So that's normal warehouse with the 20-some foot ceiling, etc. So they have part normal warehouse, and the high 80-foot warehouse is only 16,000 square feet of the whole 36,000 square feet. And then page 87, that's where I got my information. Now the 23 report we have, page 90. Don't want to spend too much time on that, but the page 92, that's where the assessor had high rents. So they had vehicle service garage on page 92, 2,680 square feet. That came from building number 3 on Chevergate, that older building, and they had really high rent. That was, I believe, the lunchroom from building number that had $16 rent. So that the rents there were too high. They were comparing to Fulton Tire and transmission shops, etc., for vehicle service garage. So they got rid of that category now. Storage warehouse, page 94. They had 11 buildings at $485 per square foot. So we agreed with that rent of $485 per square foot. They had 3 other buildings, $615, $9, $10. These were the satellite buildings, which were unheated, most of them, and so that it was not reasonable for them to have the high rents on those portions. So the storage warehouse that they had, they actually call it retail warehouse. Retail warehouse is for the Home Depots, Canadian Tires, where they have retail. So that was misclassified also. They had 7.9% cap rate on that. That was for 82%. They call it storage warehouse, but subcategories had part as retail. And then the page 95, that part of it that was office. 5460, that came from the building number 3 on Chevergate. That's one with 150,000 square feet. So it was misclassified. It should be part of their office, part of the industrial. And then page 97, they had a manufacturing light, but part of that manufacturing light, they had retail warehouse. There again, that retail warehouse is the 5125. That's the crane building, number 5 and 6 that we had. And the voltage building, 25,242. That was the part of the voltage building that excludes the office, 10,000. So they had that as retail warehouse, $11. And this is not a Home Depot, etc. So they had it at a high value, mainly because they had it the voltage. So now we have reclassified that. And I think that's mainly my report. So I've reclassified the whole thing, storage warehouse, no separate office. I don't give an extra value for the 80-foot voltage building because that's an improvement. It's an over improvement. It has value for Manitoba Hydro only. If Hydro were to sell it, they would remove all their electrical and everything they have for their testing because they don't want the competition to know about that. So they would dismantle the computer room and everything else they have has value to them only. I believe that's my value. I can go to the rebuttal now if you allow me.
No, we're gonna ask questions next, Mr. Dupont. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Froelich? You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent.
Oh, sorry. I revised my value. I should go through that. I had sent them my revised income approach. If you allow me to present that.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I start off with the revised sent out by separate email. Building description. You can see that I have a 2B now. That's the portion that has 14,400 square feet. I added that to the besides the main building. So the number 3, the satellite buildings now reduces square footage. Has 43,000 total, but the unheated part is shown there, 35,000.
I have to interrupt. I don't know how to have this document.
Yes.
Oh.
2B, you said?
It starts off with just a building description. That's my revised valuation. That was sent as a
Revised
separate.
valuation.
What page is that?
When was it?
That you sent as rebuttal as well, Mr. Dupont, because it was after the deadline,
Oh, okay, yeah.
that rebuttal as well.
Oh, that's rebuttal.
Just because it was received late past the evidence exchange. It came at the same time as your rebuttal part 1.
Yes, it's the same time. Like Mirek issued the revised valuation after the deadline also. So I'm doing the same thing. I'm changing my revising my income approach.
Okay, so we're gonna hear that when you give your rebuttal, Mr. Dupont. Okay?
It's not a rebuttal. I sent it with the rebuttal at the same time as the rebuttal, but it's in a revised income approach. So Mirek cannot ask me questions on my income approach unless she knows what I revised.
Okay.
I've changed my value. So that,
The difference is like $400,000 in terms of the brand picture of things. Your revised value is.
oh no, it doesn't change much. I just reclassified that 14,400 separately.
Okay, I'm just having a look here.
Mr. Froelich.
I think I have the document now.
Oh, is this it's the second one?
It would be classified in your folder as applicant rebuttal applicant rebuttal revised building description and income approach. But it's in your rebuttal folder.
Right,
Because
I've got.
because it came with the rebuttal, that's how we classified it.
Not rebuttal part 2.
The change in assessed value is like $246,000 from in Mr. DuPont's rebuttal evidence. So which is peanuts compared to where the separation. So if Mr. DuPont wants to present this aspect of his brief, I'm fine with that because $246,000 is not a significant amount of money when we're dealing with millions.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. DuPont, if you want to present your revised numbers. Go
Yes,
ahead.
okay. So the first page is building description. All I've done is I moved the 14,400 to 2B. I separated that from the satellite buildings. And the satellite buildings have the total square footage of 43,140, but the area that's unheated is 35,641. So page 2 is the summary of the evaluation. It's 18,038 instead of 17 million something, and I show the separate ones. So the voltage building is on page 3. That has not changed. So it was $6. The cap rate that I have on that 7.9. That's the cap rate that the city had before, and storage warehouse. Page 4. So now I have the 157,550 at 450 per square foot. That's the same as what I had in my original valuation. I add, as part of that income approach, 14,400 at $4 a square foot. So if we have 450 for the main area that has some office, 54,000 square feet of office, 5,400, sorry. This building, it has all the utilities, but it's cubicle office only in the warehouse. So it doesn't have typical offices. Has no windows. And I believe the building permit that it has is for equipment only. So I gave it 50 cents less than the main building at 450. But previously I had it as part of the satellite buildings at 250. So that part of the building, 14,400, I increased from 250 rent to $4. And page 5 is the same as I had before, 250 rent, but it excludes now the 14,400. Now 43,000 square feet. That's a total leasable area. Rec has only 35 because he identifies the unheated part only. And I have some heated that you'll see it under remarks, whereas heat, so that has a 3,200 square feet, 4,299 square feet with heat. And so that's part of the 4,300. So those are mainly storage buildings, satellite buildings, more like sheds, etc. And so they must be lower rents. So that's my revised income approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dupont. And Mr. Froelich, did you have any questions for Mr. Dupont?
Yes, I do. I'm not too sure where to start. I'll just, before I go through my formal questions and everything like that, Mr. Dupont left off by saying that the city of Winnipeg's initial cap rate was 7.9%. So at the very beginning, I went through the board decision and I provided a city of Winnipeg statement, the income statement from the board decision. I know it's a long time ago. I know you have to go through multiple things, but we had in the initial recommendation, which was the decision awarded, we had 4 different cap rates of 8%, 7.9%, 6.25%, and 7.7%. The blended version of all those income streams is 7.71%, not 7.9%. And so, you know, when the statement's made that I agree with the city of Winnipeg cap rate of 7.9%, that is factually incorrect. Because
if you're asking me a question, you're asking me a question now?
So my question is, why is your presentation showing a 7.9% cap rate that you're using, which is the city parameters, when I provided the board decision and a workup for the 33,719,000? Because it's actually even included in your evidence, Mr. Dupont.
Mr. Froelich,
Yes.
I can stop this right now. We're not even looking at or discussing previous board orders.
Okay, so
That has no bearing on what's happening today.
okay, but the point is, the statement's been made that the city used the 7.9% cap rate.
Right.
Is that factually true, Mr. Dupont?
If you look at page 98.
Okay, so looking at page 98, we have 4 different cap rates.
Yes, so this storage warehouse, SWH, was 7.9%.
And other income streams? So on page 99,
I'm not giving you an average, because you have different income stream at different cap rates. So the storage warehouse part that the city had was 7.9. They had a low cap rate, 6.75 for the office.
but we've included in our workup.
Mr. Froelich, I'm going to ask if we've heard this, so if you could move on with your questions, and thank you.
Okay, it's just, let the record state in Mr. Dupont's evidence as well, it shows 4 income streams with 4 different cap rates. You just don't pick the highest one for the convenience. Anyways, moving on to on Mr. DuPont's brief here. On page 14 of your brief, which is a picture of an aerial map, what type of developments are taking place to the east and to the direct south of the voltage center?
It's not part of my evidence.
It's on page 14 of your brief. You had stated that all this property is industrial property. So I'm looking at properties that are adjacent to the subject property. And you had stated that this is all industrial properties. So I just want to confirm if the new developments that are happening directly south to the voltage center is industrial properties, or is it something else?
Page 17, 18. So that page 17, we got a lot of undeveloped area just south of the voltage building.
Yep. And what are the buildings that are just south of the voltage building? Is that industrial, or is that something different? Are those manufacturing plants?
I don't know.
Okay.
On Waverly, you have the Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and
Okay.
further in Bishop Grandin, we have the Good Life.
Okay,
But in front of the subject is an industrial building.
Would Good Life be industrial, or would that be retail?
Good Life is facing Bishop Grandin.
But is it directly south of the voltage center, Mr. DuPont?
No, I believe it's separated by vacant land.
And what is that vacant land being proposed for and developed for, Mr. DuPont?
I have no idea. I didn't research that.
You have no idea. Okay, but it's in your brief that there's Good Life shell apartment blocks.
I don't think it's relevant. The subject is an industrial property.
You may not think it is, but I do. Okay. On what's the reference date for market rents for the 2023 assessment?
April 1st, 2021.
Okay. And on page 25 of your brief, you have 6 leases that are from 2023, from 2013. Would that be relevant of market rents for warehouse properties for April 1st, 2021?
I believe so. We're looking for large properties, so those are difficult to find. So the size matters. So comparing to 2,000 square feet or 3,000 square feet building is totally inappropriate.
Okay.
So looking at large buildings, that's what they rent for.
Were these market rents advertised in the marketplace, or were they related, family related, or connections related to other members?
We don't show as market evidence anything that's not arm's length.
Okay, so you're saying that all the Pandora releases, the Furniture Park releases are not related parties, and these are open market transactions?
From what I gathered, what I got from the our lease comparable spreadsheet, that's what I got.
Is the DeFair family involved in any of those properties?
They believe they were, don't know.
Oh, so they wouldn't be involved with the Pandora properties, Kernahan, Furniture Park?
Furniture Park, that was leased by Palliser to Hunter Wire. So it was totally arm's length lease that I know of.
And what was the date of that lease?
2014.
8 years away from the reference date, and that's at 395. What are the more recent leases that are signed on your property, Mr. DuPont? Aren't they a lot higher than the
number three is 2020 at 340.
Yep.
Number 6 is at 542 in 2018, and number 10 is 2020 at 507.
And,
And number 7, that's 450.
so, okay,
And I'm going with a rent 450, so I'm going higher than the 417 average. And we have low office.
but the 417 average includes 6 out of your 10 or 60% of comparables that are 8 years away from the reference date. So is that a fair indication of market rent for this type of property?
The large properties, and what do large properties rent for?
Are there other large properties that rent for a higher amount than what you've stated here today? Are you familiar with the Boeing rent or, or Sony Place rents?
I'm not talking about other comparables that I did not use.
You've presented, you haven't included them in your rents, but there's some significant areas on Gamble that are renting at $6 rents. You haven't included that in your evidence. Can I ask why?
I didn't use it. I see that you had it in your evidence, a $6 rent, and I have rebuttal evidence on that.
Okay.
It was renovated property.
On page 26 of your brief, what is the average vacancy for, or what's the average vacancy during the past 9 years of the vacancy for the December industrial vacancy rate summary on page 28 of your brief? Are there or to answer the question, is there any 7 years, 7% vacancy rate on page 28 of your
2020?
Okay, and so if you did a 5-year average, what would that be?
Don't know. Did you
would it be 7% or would it be less than around 3.5%?
That'd be 30% divided by 5 would be 6%.
Okay, but why would there be such a increase in vacancy of 17% in 2020? Would that be because of new inventory?
No, sorry. That particular table is for single tenant investment. There's also multi-tenant investment, which the next page shows 3.6% for Fort Garry, 7.7% overall.
Okay, but are we dealing with overall or are we dealing with the Fort Garry Industrial Park area?
Oh, yeah. They will compete. You cannot just isolate an area. You have to look at the actual area of the subject as well as the overall. If you're an appraiser, you have to be looking at that.
I see. But isn't there the highest demand for land and other industry leaders stating that the vacancy is significantly lower than the 7% that you've asked for today?
I don't know what your question is.
My question is, in my presentation, I've provided information from other industry leaders that show a vacancy rate around 3.5%. And most of your data supports a 3.5% vacancy rate, but you're asking for a 7% vacancy rate. And that doesn't coincide with the information that you've provided in most of your vacancy analysis. So I'm asking.
I think it's very clear you're using overall, and your market data that you're quoting also use an overall, including owner occupied. And I'm saying owner occupied space vacancy skews the overall vacancy, and I'm using the investment inventory from the Croach Johnson report, and the Johnson report is the most complete analysis. Those their market reports that colleges, etc., don't give a breakdown how they arrive at it. So they're using overall vacancy, including owner occupied, and I'm using investment property. So it's very clear there's a difference. So my information is not wrong. I'm saying I'm just using investment. You're
just using a vacancy rate that contradicts what's on page 28, page 29, and page 30 on your brief.
Mr. Froelich, could we move on from this?
Yes, of course. Thank you. Okay. So in fairness to Mr. DuPont, I'm looking now on page 32 of his brief. where there's been no changes, and this is for the voltage center. You have a lot of rents. Do you have any supporting rents for 2012 buildings that are 36,000 square feet that were built in the 21st century to support your analysis?
No.
And so is it fair to say that us for this type of building, would an investor build a building of this type utilizing a $6 market rent, asking for a $6 market rent?
Of course, that's what I show.
Okay. And so, but you have no supporting evidence to support, a flex warehouse, which is what this property is, at a $6 rent.
I don't believe it's a flex warehouse to start with, but I have no comparable for a 2012 building at 36,000 square feet.
Okay. So, is this property owner, okay, so you're using a 7% vacancy analysis on your property. Has this property ever been vacated? Where they've been actually tried to utilize, to rent out space to support?
No, the whole complex is owner occupied. It's never
So
been put up
if
for rent.
vacancy is an issue for this building, why would they be building so many new buildings?
I don't think the question needs to be answered. It's owner occupied.
Okay. So
it's not put up for rent. If it were put up for rent, the market vacancy would be 7%.
So on page 34 of your brief, you're utilizing a dollar rent of $2.50 for over 21,000 square feet of property. Would that be a fair market rent for a building, for a storage, for a storage warehouse space that is partially unheated?
Yes, these are sheds. They're storage buildings.
Okay.
These types of buildings usually don't rent on the marketplace. Extremely hard to get comparables, and all we have to do is to make a judgment call if the buildings that are of office, etc., normal warehouses are $3 to $5 a square foot. Then this would have to be less.
So you're saying there's a lot of warehouse space of heated space with electrical that rents for $2.50 that was built in the 21st century?
No, I'm saying.
No? Okay, so on page 34 of your brief, if everyone can look at it, I would appreciate that.
34, you said?
Yeah, 34 of Mr. DuPont's brief. Buildings 15 and 17 have heat and electrical, but no water. Wouldn't those buildings achieve a higher market rent than $2.50?
No.
No. So
I'm doing an average. I'm doing an average of that whole thing. Now it's now 57,000 square feet now because I removed the 14,000.
I'm just talking about the two buildings here, building 15 and 16. I'm not referencing building 8.
They were not rent by themselves. You don't find a property all by itself with 3,200 square feet unheated, no water. No office, no washrooms, no nothing. These are inferior buildings, and it's hard to get comparables of those because they don't rent by themselves.
I understand.
Therefore, they have to be lower rent than your normal warehouse, which has the offices and full utilities. And I believe you don't have any comparables for the unheated portion either.
But in fairness, Mr. DuPont, I made a revised assessment from the 33 million or the $33.5 million that we had to $25.1 million that I had. And I've added looking at my old material, I've added 36,000 square feet at $3.50 where I've made a significant reduction. I'm just going through Mr. DuPont's briefs here. So Mr. DuPont, on page 52, and during your presentation, you said that the storage space could not hold an 18-foot trailer.
No, I'm saying it does not hold a
I-
long
I-
semi-trailer.
I heard that, so that's why I'm asking.
I didn't say 18 feet. That's the large semi-trailers.
Well, how large are large semi-trailers, Mr. DuPont?
I did not measure. Sorry.
Okay, but,
I've seen longer dock loading areas, and this is not one of them.
But the reason why I asked, because with the vehicle service garage component of it, Mr. DuPont has the one portion of it. I have another portion of it, which is a portable sort of working unit, which is 18 feet long. And that could be seen on page 52. And I had heard Mr. DuPont state that this service garage area could not handle 18-foot trucks. And I just want to clarify that.
I didn't say 18. I just said semi-trailers.
Well, isn't most semi-trailers 18 feet, Mr. DuPont?
No.
No? So
much
are most
longer than that.
Mr. Froelich, can we move on?
Yes. Yep. That finishes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, did you have any questions for Mr. DuPont?
I have no questions. They've been asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Moretsky, did you have any questions?
Yeah, your building number one is the same as what the city said was building number one, correct? Same building?
Yeah, I believe so. I have to find the assessor's report. Yeah, that my building number one is part of the main complex there, and I believe he shows the whole thing as number one. So my T1456 is the same as his number one.
Just looking at some of the pictures here, the building number one, there's a lot of overhead cranes. There are some overhead cranes. Dock loading. Is that whole area, like, is there, I guess what I'm getting at is the rent that you have applied to that building, does that account for having overhead cranes?
No, it's hard to separate comparables with overhead cranes and not, so that it's a level of detail is difficult to find.
Would you agree that that might add rental?
Yeah, it's a positive feature. It's a positive feature for sure.
Positive.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Building number 4 does not have overhead cranes on page 58. They have some other parts have overhead cranes. Yeah.
So there's I think in your presentation you mentioned there was no photos of building number 8, or was it the that was the test facility there, right? The big one that they didn't allow any pictures inside.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah, and they did it because they didn't want the competition to see that.
You don't want to see what
kind of general.
Yeah.
Who is the competition for Manitoba Hydro?
Yeah, it's a monopoly.
I don't expect you to answer that question. No.
Yeah, they sell to other provinces.
It's just an interesting comment, that's all.
Yeah, no. They told us not to give photos to the board of the interior of the and the computer interior of the voltage. So they were concerned about that.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. Mr. DuPont, did you inspect this facility with Mr. Froelich?
Yes, we were together, and there was 3 different hydro persons, each with their own sections, as well as the main, the head of the real estate, whatever part of the real estate for hydro. So that there were 4 hydro people with Marek and myself.
Okay, but you were together, correct?
Oh, yes, we were together, yes.
Okay, and how long was the inspection?
We were actually 2 hours, and that's probably correct.
2 hours, okay. And were you there Monday to Friday, like during a normal work period?
Yes, it was, yeah. I believe it was 1 o'clock or so in the afternoon.
Okay, so when the pictures were, this is somewhat of my own curiosity, but when the pictures were taken in these supposed office spaces, where was everybody? Do you ask them to step aside while you take a picture, or were they elsewhere?
Oh, yeah, it's strange. Don't see much people there. We see coats and stuff, and yeah, I try not to get. Yeah, there's not many employees in a lot of these photos, eh? That were, yeah, it was during work hours for sure. I believe it started 1 o'clock, so it's after lunch. Between 1 and 3 o'clock, I think, in the afternoon.
All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
And just to add on to that, as a general rule, I try to exclude people whenever possible out of pictures, just for privacy concerns and constraints and everything like that. And
Oh, me too. Yeah, I try to exclude
as a general
people.
rule, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because I think Hydro has 3 days working in the office, 2 days working at home. So that's probably a part of it as well. There were people in the warehouse, indeed. It's just conscientiously. I think Mr. DuPont included it in the voltage center. They're having a meeting during our inspection there. Mr. DuPont has a picture of one of the people in there. I've excluded people in my pictures.
No, that's fine. Thank you. All right, Mr. DuPont, if you would like to go on to your rebuttal.
Before we start with regards to, I have some concerns with Mr. DuPont's rebuttal evidence.
All right.
And so at the beginning of every presentation, an important component, which is stated by the chairperson, is not to compare assessments.
Yes.
So when the initial process occurs, we collect all of our income and expense information, and board decisions take place. There's two processes. There's the realty value, and the realty value is based on all of our income and expense information. Then there are decisions that are made at the board of revision level that impact business assessments. And then when there's a contradiction of the rents, the city of Winnipeg is following the realty decisions, and there are discrepancies in rents that are used. So we will always use actuals. And in a significant amount of Mr. DuPont's rebuttal evidence, he's included business assessments, and there are discrepancies. And so I don't have the answers for the reasons why the discrepancies exist, but fundamentally, we don't compare realty assessments and business assessments, which may differ from realty assessments for a variety of reasons. They should be also excluded from rebuttal evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. We're actually going to take we have not looked at the rebuttal evidence at all yet, Mr. Froelich.
Yep, I know, but I'm just stating it's my concern.
Yep. We're just going to take a very quick 5-minute break. Thank you. I would like to call this hearing back to order. And Mr. DuPont, you would like to proceed?
Okay, rebuttal number 1 is the permits. Starts page 1, the permit. So if everybody has that. So the first permit, I have some red notes that I put in. It says excludes interior alterations, which are in a separate permit. This permit is for assemblies and paint booth. So right below that, type of work, description. The first line, it says, to bring facility up to code in relation to assemblies, in relation to exit travel distance, in relation to fire separation and paint booth improvements. So it's not improvements to the building, to the real estate, it's relating to assemblies. Exit travel distance is that they cannot block the doors. So if they have certain assemblies that are too far or too close to the doors, etc. They had to move it. And it's a mechanical and electrical work included. So naturally, if you have assemblies and paint booth, you have mechanical, electrical for that. And it says interior alterations only in relation to a separate permit. And so that was $1.2 million. If you look imperial metric values, is imperial values there after building information. On top, the first line says 1,400,000 square meters. And then it says imperial values. It appears to be a mistake. I believe that's 14,000 square feet. And that's building number 8. When I first talked to Marek about that, he was saying it was for building number 8. And now at the hearing, he's saying now it's for building his number 1 and my building with the 1 T4, etc. I believe it's certainly not clear that it is for that building. And even if it were, it's not for real estate. It's for assemblies and paint booths. Photos on my page 66 shows a whole bunch of barrels, etc. I believe that's probably the paint. So that's probably in building number 8. Building page 2. It's the other building permits, 450,000. And Marek agreed that is for building number 8, my building number 8. And it's for partition, structural, electrical, and mechanical. And partitions, the second line, construction of partition walls to accommodate insulating gas workshop office. So it would be a workshop office. And
Can I just interject, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I ask Mr. Dupont where it says the amounts of the
I'm confused as well.
oh, the middle of the page to the right, so declared construction value of 450,000.
Okay.
Oh.
But in the first document, my question was okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, these building permits were not given to me before the inspection. If you were, I would have we would have asked the hydro people. We had 4 people there where the $1.2 million was, where the 450,000 was. That was only given in Marek's main report. And I asked him to give me those building permits. So I got those from him and I give it to as a rebuttal. So we were not able to establish exactly where they were and what they were for because it was given after the inspection.
But in our follow-up work afterwards, Henry, for building number, so are you, okay, so this is where I got confused here. So for the first permit, are you saying that it's only 14,000 square feet?
Yes.
So are you saying that there's $1.6 million worth of value added to my building number 2 and your building number 8? Is that what you're implying today?
Yes.
Really? Because
it's not for real estate, it's for assemblies and paint booths.
Yeah, but I didn't see any paint booths. So, but the point is, the first permit is dated 2020. We inspected the property in 2023. So it's probably realistic to assume that 3 years later, the initial permit value of $1.2 million, that work's been completed.
Yes, and the second permit is top left. It says November 2023.
Yeah, and
so that's the one.
But what you're trying to tell, what I hear, is that the 14,000 square meters is wrong. It should be 14,000 square feet, and that 14,000 square feet is for the paint booths in my building number 2 and your building number 8. That's what I hear you saying.
Paint booth and assemblies. That's what it says. Paint booth and assemblies.
And you're saying in your pictures that you have pictures of this paint booth in your brief, because I don't recall a paint booth in my building number 2 and your building number 8. So
my page 66. My page 66 has a whole bunch of barrels, smaller barrels, etc. I believe, which could be paint. I don't have a picture of a paint booth per se. If I would have known about this $1.2 million building permits when we inspected, I would have found out where it was. Okay. And because I came afterwards, we don't know. Anyways, it's not it's not a building permit for the building, is for assemblies and paint booth.
Okay, Mr. Prolick, I'm just gonna stop you there because Mr. DuPont, have you finished with this document?
I'm sorry. I was just confused. I apologize.
I know, so we have cross-examination of,
I know.
no, page 3 is the 4.8 million foundation for the voltage building. That would be mainly for the voltage tower. Well, probably the whole building. It's 4.8 million, so it's high. It's very high cost for the foundation, and mainly because of the testing facilities and extra electrical they have to do. And the page 4 is the construction also. So it is just 31,615 square feet. So now it's imperial values. So the first one, I believe, was also stated imperial values. So I think the 14,000 was a mistake. It should be square foot. So that's just specialized also. So the two add up to 12 million. The assessor's value is much lower than that. So is mine. We're not going with those because these is for specialized. So now the rents, the assessor, storage warehouse, 178,000 square feet. So they have 3 types of comparables: storage warehouse, then have the unheated, which I have no comparable, and they have flex warehouse, which is separate comparables. So for 178,000 square feet, they show a whole bunch of properties below 15,000 square feet, 2,400 square feet, et cetera, et cetera. Size is not comparable to 178,000 square feet. So the first, I said the first 7 comparables are too small. They're 2,000 to 4,300 square feet. So I didn't bother getting much information from that. The next 5 are 11,000, 15,000. They're still too small. However, I did check a few. So the page 7, the first one, their comparable number 2 is 2,400 square feet, not comparable to 178,000 square feet. And the city rent is shows as 11,000. The BA rent 790, that you can disregard. I should not be bringing that up. But as part of a larger building, it's retail off Keniston, too small, 100% AC. So the BA shows it's 100% air conditioning. So it's not warehouse in there. And the next page, page 8, here's comparable number 4, 1680 Sargent. If you look at the sign, quick term installation and a gym. So it has a gym there as retail and too small. It's only 3,000 square feet, not comparable. The next page, page 9, is comparable number 10, 1330 Mountain, 15,000 square feet. Retail and warehouse, front retail parking is good. Nice parking in the front, too small, it's retail. Comparable number 11, St. James, 11,000 square feet, $845, $13,009. Retail and warehouse, IAC, part of multi-tenant strip, Westro Business Center. When they have business center, those are types of flex warehouse that when you rent that, doesn't have to be warehouse. You can use it for office, for gym. So that's what business centers means. They're kind of saying that you can have it for any purpose other than industrial. And the photo page 10 shows it's built like a strip mall. So it's not built like an industrial warehouse like the subject is. And you see the photo at the bottom, front parking, etc. It's more of a retail type. And then page 11 is the BA shows 100% air conditioning. That's the only reason I show the BA is to show the amount of air conditioning. Page 13, the comparable number 13, 1777 Ellis, 81,000 is relatively large. $9 square foot, retail and warehouse. High AC was 33% because you have retail and offices. Front retail parking. Superior retail location on Ellis, near Leon's Furniture, the frame furniture, so that's easier to. And then they have the JMac also right beside it. They're used for retail purposes. Then you have the warehouse in the back, the back for the parts that they give to the people. So that's more retail. So it's different. Page 16 is comparable number 14, 58,000 square feet. It's Omens Creek, full AC, so 100% air conditioning, 25-foot height. built 1997, and here we're comparing to subjects 1967 only. This is not comparing to the Voltage building. This is his comparable for his building number 1, which is built 1967. He says 1975 because he changed the effective age, but 1997 is 2 years newer. So that's not comparable because of that. And 1/3 of the size, 625, does not support his rents. Page 16 is comparable number 15 and 16. They're $6 each, 51 and 82,000 square feet, 1530 Campbell. And then he asked me questions on that, so I did not use that one. This is the one that's getting closer in size to the subject. It's part of a single tenant distribution center. So, the tenant distribution center is a more high-end warehouse. Anyway, it's been subdivided, and the business assessment shows that there's and the listings that I got that I show later on has 51,000 square feet of office. Ceiling sections are 31 feet, so a high-end ceiling. CBRE listing says new loading docks, high ceilings for 56, 80, 78,000 square feet. BA has no AC for 122,000, 81 and 68, but full AC for 10,000, 6,800 square feet, the other square footage. So the age is 1974 and not 1968 as per the city. I have the comments underneath the photos. So the addition was built 1974, gross area is 81,000 square feet, and that has 31-foot ceiling height. Subject is the around the 20-foot ceiling height. We have the BA, which shows you the amount of AC, etc. And page 23 is part of the listing that there was, and it shows page 24 in terms of the description. Page 26 shows the photo, very high ceiling height, etc. The options that it has for their square footage, etc. And then I can jump to rebuttal number 2, if that is okay with you.
Just let me go there for a minute, please. Sorry, I'm just having. Excuse me for one moment. I'm just having some.
Yeah, of course.
This is not letting me get into the bottom part 2. Oh, okay, let's just. Yeah. Okay.
That might be it there. It's hard, like, we just need to get that
Right.
little guy so we can expand. Great team.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Yes, proceed, Mr. Dupont.
Okay, so I have a doctor's appointment at 2:30. It's in person, but I can change it to a phone in. So I would like to take a break at 2:25 so I can phone the doctor, get my appointment in for about 15 minutes. So I would ask to take a break at that point in time when my doctor's appointment comes.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, so rebuttal number 2 starts off with comparable number 17. Now, the session does not get the numbers of those comparables. I counted those, but I give the addresses and you can find it relatively easy. So his comparable number 17 is 550 a square foot, 61,000 square feet on 1500 Notre Dame. It's been renovated a few times. We'll go through that. The BA shows 7% AC, superior high traffic street at corner of Notre Dame and Dublin. So it's a major high traffic corner. It's parking on 3 sides, so it's easy to the map. That's easier for retail and better exposure in the subject. Then we have the maps. We have the BA shows page 30, and then we have part of the listing. Page 30 at the bottom, the pro REIT listed at the description. Multi-tenant single-story warehouse. Originally construction 1952, but has received extensive renovations 1983, 2009, and 2015. The property benefits from 9 shipping doors, 16-foot clear heights, ample parking, direct exposure to 2 major streets. So it's been renovated a few times. Then the city has Flex Warehouse, and that starts at page 31. And that's specifically that he uses for the Voltage building, which is 36,000 square feet. So the city has categorized Voltage building as Flex Warehouse for the first time. Flex Warehouse is normally considered superior to storage warehouse, as they could have a superior features as office, high office area, high ceiling, modern building, or else it's flex because you can use it for other than warehouse being office, gyms, retail. That's why they call them flex. We believe the session choosing the superior category to include the Voltage testing tower, 16,000 square feet. He's looking for higher rents, and therefore he's getting higher categorized comparables. And the building is built to test high amounts of electricity and various electrical components. It's specialized for this business. We believe this is an over improvement, no extra value in the market. So here's comparable number 1, 130 Lawson, 2,400 square feet. That's way too small, $11 square foot. This is a repeat of his storage warehouse number 2. And it's a part of a retail, too small, 100% AC. We can skip to page 34. There's number 2, 1530 Gamble. If you recall, they had 2 1530 Gamble that bought at $6 a square foot. And now he's got one that's 17,000, only 12 feet height. So I believe that is the office portion of Gamble. And that was a $12 a square foot. The others were $6. So this makes sense that it's only for the office. The height indicates only 100% office. There's not a warehouse at 12 feet. This is a comp 1516, where it's $6. And then we have number 35. So the data that we have for comparable 1516, they had a whole bunch of buildings and were 100% AC, and I believe that's what it is. So he's comparing 100% offices to his subject. 35 Skirfield. The Skirfield is the type area that tends to have a flex type warehouse that can be used for warehouse, retail, or office. Built 1991, height 19 feet, $12. It's too small in retail. And then the number 4, Fennel, 4,000 square feet, 12 feet height. It's a very small height, ceiling height. I believe it's all office. The BA shows 100% AC, so it's too small. It's all air conditioning, so it's be 100% retail or 100% office, and no storage. We have the photos at the bottom, 80, 88, 92 Fennel. And 80 Fennel is shown there in the BA. It's 100% warehouse. AC, sorry. Number 5, 125 Fennel. Such as 19,000 square feet, 27 feet height, built to 2014, 1350 rent. The BA shows 37% AC. Rent's 2014, and he tells me my comparables are too old. This one is 2014. is too old and is 7 years before the reference date. Our data indicates it was $9.50 per square feet in 2023. So we had data. We represented this property for 2023, and the CAM was $4.54 per square foot. So therefore, we believe that $13 that the assessor shown is a gross rent. So the city rent is likely gross. Modern building with dock loading. So that's Piston Ring. Piston Ring is our client. High offices, high ceiling, and the front retail parking. And he shows the back of the building. And the high AC shown on page 38. Number 6, 125 panel, also part of the same building as Piston Ring. And that is 9,800 square feet, 27 feet height, built 2014, and also modern, 1054 rent. BA shows 14% AC, modern building with dock loading, high office, high ceiling. See data for that is only 9,800 square feet, too small. That's a C photo number 5. 7 and 8 Skirfield. So Skirfield has a lot of flex buildings, 5,500 square feet, kind of small. 1262 for 5,500 square feet, and 1262 for 7,000 or $7,011. Built 2001, 27 feet height. The strip property with 6 tenants, all with 100% AC. The photos indicate either office or retail or not warehouse. Both are too small and retail office. And we have the Google Maps there. It shows Monica's Dance Gym. So they have a gym in there. So that's why you have Flex Warehouse. You can use it for other than warehouse. You can have a gym. And then you have Manulife Securities. So the for securities office for wealth management. So therefore, it's not warehouse. And then we have the picture of what they has in there. It has an escape, the escape rooms where they have people go there to do some games, playing in Manulife Securities. So this is escape room, gym, and wealth management. So therefore, it's not warehouse whatsoever. So it's used for other purposes than warehouse. The MWL rent comparables, we're saying the assessor does not have it as manufacturing light anymore. I asked him if he was throwing those comparables out. He wants to keep them. Therefore, rebuttal would still apply. So number 1 and 3, it's their comparable number 1 is the same. 1290 Kennison's dry cleaner store. Too small than retail. Number 3 is the brewery tap room service, 100% retail. It's not light manufacturing. Number 2 is 75 Century, 3,700 square feet, too small and retail. It's shown what it is. Coastland, Castro Land. It sells parts for casters for public. 4 and 5, too small, high land building ratio.
Mr. DuPont, I'm going to stop you there. It's 2:25.
Yeah, I believe I'm finished. My rebuttal, except for number 3 and rebuttal number 3. So can I have a 15 so break so I can talk to my doctor?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call this hearing back to order. And I believe, Mr. Froelich, it is your turn to ask any questions you may have regarding Mr. DuPont's rebuttal.
There are a lot of comments made by Mr. DuPont in his rebuttal.
I did not present rebuttal number 3 yet. It's very short for that one.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Rebuttal number 3. Is that the... No, not that one. Is it the chart?
No, Swift Estimator starts, then Terracon, information on Terracon. The first page says rebuttal part 3.
Okay, if you would like to proceed with that then.
Oh, okay. Okay, at the start, the Swift Estimators, Marshall Swift, the cost approach. They have a definition of flex building. It's usually light industrial. And that doesn't help that much, but the next page 5, Terracon Business Park, it says this, put a red X, it's a flex space for office and light industrial tenants. And then the other X is that offers several built to suit opportunities. These are the type of buildings, business parks they call them. And people can go there and they can usually don't have the normal 5% to 10% office. They will be putting in the gyms and the offices, etc. So it's a industrial warehouse to get flexible enough to put retail and office as much as you want. So that normally that's what flex buildings are. They're buildings that are flexible to go away from industrial to make it more retail and more office. And that's all I have to say on that part.
Okay, thank you. We have heard all your rebuttal now, I believe.
Yes.
And Mr. Froelich, have any questions?
I'll just make a general statement and then I will move forward to my conclusion if that's okay with the panel members, just in terms of expediting time.
Okay.
It's okay. So I have no questions regarding rebuttal.
All right, thank you. Ms. Anderson, any questions?
I have no questions regarding the rebuttal.
Mr. Moretsky?
I have no questions regarding the rebuttal. Thank you.
I also have no questions. And Mr. Froelich?
Yes, thank you, Lady Chairperson. As a summary, there was a lot of comments that were addressed by Mr. DuPont in his rebuttal evidence that I don't agree with. There was some, and in general speaking, with regards to some of the information, it was hard to confuse. I didn't understand the reasoning with regards to his permit explanation, saying that $1.2 million went into a building that was 14,000 square feet for some paint centers. I didn't understand, but that's neither here or there. When we look at the property valuation for this property, the initial assessment was $33.5 million based on the 2020 border revision process. We had the opportunity to inspect the property. Mr. DuPont and I spent over 2 hours inspecting the property. We reviewed it. We had lots of discussions with regards to the valuation process and trying to make sense of it all. And so when I look at my value that I presented today, I feel it's very fair for like 4 different reasons. Our land value is underassessed based on market information, based on the recent sale of the property that we have here. But being true to the municipal board that's happening in 2023, we came to the same value. But in regards to the overall assessment for this property, I honestly believe we could add a couple $1 million to the property, but I want it to be fair. Cap rates. You can't have an overall cap rate of 7.9% for a building when you have a significant portion of the properties that have been built, or 15% of the properties that have been built in the 21st century, and you're dealing with an organization such as Manitoba Hydro, which prides itself on efficiency, energy efficiency, and up to date. So when I changed the cap rate from 1969 to 1975, looking at all the with regards to all the warehouses that had taken place, I feel that's a reasonable assumption to move forward with regards to this property, even with regards to 2025. The vacancy issue. Vacancy issue is significant. The industrial warehouse property types that are located in the Fort Garry industrial type, there's very limited documentation showing a 7%. I understand Mr. DuPont has an opinion of vacancy. I based my opinion on vacancy on his evidence and also in the evidence that I've provided here in my brief. And overall, the subject property has never been vacated in its history. Rents. What we've done is after the inspection, we tried to modify the rent process to be fair and equitable. So now we have three income streams. We have $5.52, $3.50, and $10 rent for the three spaces here. Overall, I feel these are quite fair. I've provided lots of comparables of similar size spaces whereby they've been combined, but they've been a part of a larger unit. And Mr. DuPont's evidence, he had talked about the Gamble properties that are like 150,000. That with a combined, if we had combined them, they're very close to the 150,000 square feet that are listed in that are similar to the subject property main area, and that's renting for $6. Both of them are in the same areas, and I actually felt that, so at our 552 compared to the Gamble property, I think that's very fair and reasonable. With regards to the flex warehouse spaces, there's a considerable amount of time and effort that talked about this flex warehouse space is 5,000 square feet. So the assumption is that it's all office, all air conditioning. So there's a lot of, in some of the rebuttal evidence that was presented, there was some smaller areas that had small amounts of office space and the rest was retail space. So you'd have a 5,000 square foot building, you would have 1,000 square feet of office space. That would be like an industrial warehouse, and the rest would be office. And I've seen a lot of examples of these. Even in my Terracon properties, one of them, it would be Reliance. It would be Reliance, whereby the rents are the higher value. And like in this building here that I think about with Reliance, where they had small office space, a large warehouse space, the entire area was air conditioning. So you can't just assume that it's all going to be office. There's so many smaller properties of flex warehouse and spaces on St. James that are smaller sizes where there's air conditioning. And to bring the fact that to assume that they're all office spaces, I don't think that's a fair reflection. With regards to my comparables, I've talked about properties on Gamble. I've talked about newer properties. The newer rents that I've had is for some of the warehousing space, like with regards to for Gary Breweries, that has warehouse space. My Gamble property has warehouse space. I have property placed on Fennel that we've had here, where stating that the piston ring is a gross lease, when I've clearly stated, and I had the breakdown where I'm showing what the management fees are, I'm showing what the opportunity costs are, and the property tax. And so for me to have this information presented and talk about it, it wasn't in my brief because you can't put everything in your brief. But when I fundamentally know something's truthful and the agent is saying something that I know that it's not the truth based on their analysis, I struggle with that. So, and with the space I was talking with the $10 space, the applicant has provided no comparable prop rents that were built in 2012 or finished in 2012 at $6. So when I look at that, I just say, what is being reasonable to my approach to valuation? And I find and being reasonable and being true to the process, to include that as a general, and to include that area into the warehousing space of 176,000 square feet, I don't think that's fair either. So I felt that the reduction in the rent, the increased cap rate was a fair reflection of a value of a property that cost $12 million to build. So I'm confident with my value of $25,182,000. I feel that this adjustment represents a 34% cut for the agent and for the property owner, and I feel that this value is being very fair to all parties involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. DuPont, did you have a wish for a summation?
Yes. There's 4 points. The first one, land under assessment, the presented no evidence in that regard. So therefore, it's moot. So it doesn't matter. There's no evidence in that regard, so we don't dispute that. Any cap rate?
Mr. Dupont, we can't hear you.
Yeah, could you repeat what you said there? I didn't hear it.
Can't hear you.
Oh,
That's better.
can
No,
you
we
hear now?
can't hear you. Yes.
You hear now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, 4 points the Merrick brought up. The land under assessed is not an issue. We don't dispute the value of the land, excess lands, and he didn't present any evidence, so that's totally moot. Cap rates, 7.9 overall. I did use 7.9 because that's what they had before for storage warehouse, and I do the whole thing at 7.9. However, now that I think about it, the voltage building I have at 7.9. I could reduce that to 7%. If so, the valuation on the 36,000 square feet would go up at 300,000. So my value would go up overall 300,000. That would be 7% for the voltage building, 7.9 for storage warehouse and unheated. And the Merrick had 7.9, or the assessor had 7.9% for 2023 original. And he dropped the cap rate on the unheated warehouse to 7.45, and I don't think that's correct. If anything, unheated warehouse should be a higher cap rate, and therefore that part is wrong. The vacancy, that's a standard approach by Altus on virtually all their properties. The 3.5% vacancy the assessor uses for all properties, including owner occupied. And when you do investment properties only, it's more like 7.5 or so. We use 7%. So that's the standard that we use for investment property. This is owner occupied, but if it's put on the market for rent, it would be part of the marketplace, which has 7% vacancy. The rents is a big thing. Now, Merrick said he used 1530 Gamble. He had 2 rents were warehouse and $6 for property that was improved, and he had 1 rent that was high for part that was only 12 feet high, and that's the office, 100% office. So that's not comparable when he uses 100% office. Most of his flex warehouse comparables, they're all either retail or office. He does not have 1 good flex warehouse comparable. And even if he did, the subject is not a flex warehouse. It's a storage warehouse. The only reason he uses flex, because there's an 80-foot building there in the tower, and he wants to give an extra value to that. And instead of keeping it as storage warehouse, he said, oh, let's use flex warehouse. It's just one way to increase the rents to capture that 80-foot high. The rest of that building, there's another 20,000. It's 36,000 square feet overall, 16,000 for the tower. 20,000. That's a very normal storage warehouse. So that part does not require to have a flex category given to it. And the tower is 80 feet is solely for the benefit of hydro, has no value to the marketplace to have such a high ceiling height. It's just for testing, for people who want to test transformers and other electrical equipment, has no value in the marketplace. And most of his comparables, you have a storage warehouse, they're really small, 2 to 5,000 square feet or below 15,000 square feet. So his comparables for that is also inaccurate. Effective age, he changed the effective age for the main building that built 1967. I believe the average age comes to 1969 that I had. My revised valuation, 1967. Yeah, they had part built 1965. So that's that part, 150,000 square feet. The average age, 1967. The ceiling height were 18 feet, 20 feet, 20 feet, 16 feet. And the small crane area was 52. So on average, probably 18 feet height. So it's inferior building, old building, average age 1967, low ceiling height, only 3.5% office. It's very low office. This is an inferior building, and it should have a lower rents. And his comparables are totally not comparable whatsoever. And the other building, the 14,400, has all utilities, but has no windows. And the office that it has are cubicles. The cubicles that have no windows. So I have very little offices, and actually it's cubicles in a warehouse. And the building permits, he did not give enough information on these building permits, and he raised that after part of the report, and I got it afterwards. So we did not have that for the inspection, and so Mirek brought it at the wrong time. He has not proven that $1.2 million went into the 1967 buildings, and even if it does, it says for assemblies and paint booths and exit travel requirement. So that's only for blocking the doors, etc. So it has nothing to do with the real estate. So $1.2 million has nothing to do with real estate, no matter whether it's in building, my building number 1 to 5 or 6, and my building number 8. So that would be my summation. Thank you.
Thank you. All the evidence has been heard today, and this hearing is now over. And I thank you, Mr. Froelich and Mr. DuPont, for your time today and your presentations.
Thank you.
I apologize for taking so much time, but when you have such a significant reduction to the value of the property, it was important to show due diligence with regards to our thought process and why the information had changed so dramatically.
Yes. I thank you both for your due diligence.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
That was a
Thank you.
tough.
Okay, goodbye.
You guys did a good job.
Bye.
Both you guys did a good job.
Yes.
Thank you.